Cha-ching, cha-ching. All right, let's get started. It's already almost 8:30. Let's get going. Let's do this thing. Let's do it. You all ready? Well, I hope so. Well, I hope so, because I'm recording.
Let's hope.
So, these freaking memes. I can't even look at the screen right now. I can't handle you guys. Wait
a fucking minute!
Oh my gosh, here we go. So, hello everybody. Welcome to Adventures in Loxos. And I hope you all had a good week, whatever. And without further ado, let's get into the Kanye West. Oh my god.
And you know what he's saying.
Yeah, that one just did me in. Yep, let's just cut to the freaking opening bit. Like all right, and we're back.
Screen all fucking swirls and whirlpool and shit.
Through the magic of editing, woo, we're back. Jesus. Okay. I can't look at it. I can't. Let's do our introductions. For the love of Pete, let's do the dang introductions.
Who's Pete?
Exactly. Fucking exactly.
It's a setting, anyways. Starting at our top, we have AGTX, the Dragons, and he will be playing the human Slayer Dash.
This motherfucker had a stroke.
I am tired, all right, and I'm trying to keep it together, and you guys won't let me. All right.
Oh. This motherfucker had a whole extra, ladies and gentlemen.
/ Dragon Shaman. Shaman. And that's it. That's all we got. All right. Underneath him, we have, oddly enough, we've had a switch in, the rotation here. We got Icy Hot now, for some weird reason. Icy Hot _2305. And he will be playing Zoltan Heisenberg. Heisenberg, that sounds right. Say it. Say my name.
Whoa.
And he will be playing.
I'm gonna get it calm the fuck down.
Well, it's okay, never mind. If you don't know, then you don't. But if you know, you know.
No, sir, I'm gonna need you to calm down, sir.
He will be playing the shut up and let me finish. He will be playing the half drow deep druid. Not your daddy's druid. I still don't know if that's the right saying. Like, it's something like that. Like, this ain't your mama's breakfast cereal or something like that. I don't remember.
Ain't your mama's first rodeo?
What?
Yeah, that one.
No,
that one.
Not that one, Cassie. Not that one. That's not. No.
Not your mama's first radio.
Rodeo. She said rodeo too.
I said radio, but I meant rodeo.
She said radio, and then she switched it up to rodeo and made it like even worse in connotation.
No. That's what they say.
No.
Well, that's my mom was like
Not
the same.
your
My
mom's
first.
rodeo. They just say
Yeah.
it's not my first rodeo.
Yeah, but nobody.
Yeah, my
ever,
mom says that.
But nobody says this ain't your mom's first rodeo. Or
I just did.
yeah, I know, and I feel like a lot of people would get punched for saying that to each other. They'd be like, "What are you implying?"
Maybe that's why I got punched.
My mom?
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe that's why there was a drive-by punching on you.
Yeah, for real.
In the mall.
Which, okay, now I gotta tell the story. Thank you, Cassid. So, which is all right because you're next on the list. So, here's Cassid 69, folks, and she will be playing Agaragis, the Myconid Pion Mender. But just to tell this story real fast, Cassid was in a photo booth taking pictures, and somebody just reaches into the photo booth, don't know who, and just punches her across her face and then runs.
Straight up stiff armed her.
It was like a drive-by punching.
It was, and me and Android, I didn't tell Android immediately after it happened because I was so like shocked at what just happened to me. And I was like, okay, and so like by the time we got to the last photo, you could tell that like I was so confused. I didn't even know how to like
Process.
process. So the last picture we have is like kind of weird.
So, folks,
And then I was,
continue your story. I'm sorry.
oh no, you're good. I was just like, yeah, and then I was like, I don't know if you saw, but I got punched in the face. He was like, excuse me, what?
What would have been funny? What would have been funny is if one of the pictures actually was of you getting punched in the face when you guys were taking the pictures.
Oh,
Like,
man.
there's Android like giving a peace sign or something, like smiling, and there's Cassid right next to him, just getting socked across the head, just like ah.
On some Malcolm in the Middle type shit.
Yeah, that'd have been funny. But yeah, folks at home, so audience at home, use your imagination and realize that Cassid just has a face built for punching. I guess I don't know.
I've been told more than once.
This has happened to her multiple times. And that's Cassid 69, everybody, playing Agaragis. Yeah.
Hi, hello.
And then we have Ness, who will be playing Ola. He will be playing the half-elf, I almost said cleric, and that's not right. Bard / Paladin, who is also a saint of Corlon Lorethian. You know, that kind of rhymes, if you say it just right. Bard / Paladin, who is the saint of Corlon Lorethian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wicca. Alright. And I am your gracious host, the DM, Lord Pog. You know, to quote Jerry Holcomb's, may our labors please you. You all ready to play some D&D? I hope so. Y'all ready? Good.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Woo.
What were we doing last session? Golly, dude, I don't know why I'm so wiped tonight. Alright, so, correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm not mistaken, Android, you basically laid down the law, or not the law, but you basically trusted in Laudi enough to give him you and the basically the history of the Inglorious Few and everything that has happened to you guys up to that point, right? Like everything. Yeah, you just laid it down for him and just told him everything because one of the gods that's worshipped in Pengshun is Toldoth.
Right.
And you guys have had some run-ins with Toldoth. You know, he's like the dark primordial god who it basically for an odd reason, he's the reason why you guys even came together in the first place, really, in the long run. So, yeah, and you guys are on the continent of Pengshun right now, in the land of the Dragoon. your guests of their shogunate right now. And I'm not going to go too far off into heavy explanation for that. Folks at home, at this point, if you really want to know those kinds of details, watch the previous episodes. I love you all, but I mean, I've noticed that I've got to dedicate at least 20 minutes to explanation on these things, and you know what? Just watch our previous episodes. They're good. Go ahead and do it. Let me shameless plug that real quick. Regardless of that, so Android, you lay down all the information to Lao D, and Lao D, I'm not going to say he had a crisis of faith, but it's like, it's almost like something awakened in him, and he departed from you to go write his thoughts down.
Right.
Meanwhile, Zoltan and Agaragus were still playing detective, I guess you could say. I guess, Android, you were playing detective too. We're kind of leaving out a part of what you learned also, in the fact that you found out that this poison that these assassins have been using isn't poison at all. It's more like a natural, like acidic saliva that comes from the Kuatoa nightmares, their mount. When they bite you and use it, it's kind of like a watered down version. But if you can get it from their glands, kind of like the adrenal gland, for instance, if you can get it in its purest form, it's highly, highly acidic. It's incredibly toxic, right? And you also discovered that perhaps the Kuatoan shogun, whose name is something. Well, let's find out what his name is real fast. It's Bull Krogi, I think, is actually what it is.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. I believe it's Bull Krogi. Or Krogai. Bull Krogai. And he, you kind of feel like he knows a little bit more than he's telling you. But he's just not telling you, basically, is what it is. He's not willing to, relinquish any more information than he absolutely has to. And there's that, right? Jesus, Cassie. Anyways, the one with the trench coat, and the bow tie. Anyways, so you found out that the Kuatoa claimed to be able to speak directly to primordials, and that's what led you to talking to Laudi about everything, because you know that Toldoth is a primordial, and so you basically told him, yeah, I mean, I know they seem crazy, but what they're actually saying is true. If they can really talk to primordials, these primordials actually exist. You know? And meanwhile, Agaragus and Zoltan uncovered some more information. They found out about Wujin and Shugenja. Two types of magic users. A Wujin, if I'm not mistaken, which I better double check and make sure, because there is a difference in the two.
You said the Wujin were the dark-natured ones that worship the god, that worship the dark person.
Yeah, but there's like a difference in the two of them. Like, one of them is more spiritual, while the other one's more like a mage, basically.
The Shujinja or the mage, I believe.
The Shujinja are the ones that are more spiritual. The Wujin are the more, like, sorcerer class, I guess you could say. And they did, yeah, they used to worship dark gods, and, then the shaman and the Sohei moved in and kind of put the kibosh on that. Zoltan, you got your girlfriend involved, Chumi, And now she's asking a bunch of crazy questions, and she's kind of put herself in a dangerous situation without knowing she put herself in a dangerous situation. And you're wanting to go and find her, and she's like in the bad part of town, looking for the crone, the old crone. That's what they call this person. Excuse me. That's what they call this person, the old crone. Right? Agaragis uncovered a clue, forgot that they had the reason they had the clue, then gave it to Android and gave him no context to why they had this at all.
So Android basically had to do his own detective work to figure out what Agaricus could have told him.
So he has this conversation with the Agaragis, who gives him one of their body bottles, which is just basically like a potion bottle that they can actually naturally produce from their own body to do that. And then he talks to Zoltan, who talks to him about who gives Android explicit details about him and his new friend Chumi's first encounter. To put it more PG.
Yeah.
So Android goes
Also
through
more than he needed.
So Android goes through all of that.
One of you tells me nothing, and one of you tells me too much.
You're welcome.
Precisely, but neither one of them bothered to tell him exactly what he needs to know to uncover what is going on.
He'll figure it out.
Well, to be fair, Zoltan told him just enough to where he could decipher the rest of it. So, because, and I quote, because I listened to this back a while ago. Android says, I really, I understand. What was his exact words? He said something to the effect of, that was a lot of information you gave me, Zoltan, but you did good. I want you to know you did good. Because if you hadn't, that story would have really pissed me off. I believe was his exact words, or something to that effect.
Probably. I think I remember that, yeah.
And then he just told the Garagis, I'm going to need you to try a little. With that all said and done, Uquil is still involved in getting to know the other honored chosen that he's in the competition with for the honored Jingzhu. His interest in the monk girl, what is her name to be exact, has peaked. Because she's almost come across as kind of she's come across as kind of caustic, sort of. Xinye, she's kind of come across as caustic, but come to find out that they believe in the the philosophy of power. And that has piqued Uquil's interest. Because Uquil, one of his things is he's trying to discover what the secret of power is. Because it's something that it's kind of a philosophy that his father followed, because it's a philosophy a lot of warriors from his home country of Andes Dulai have about this whole what is the secret of power type of thing. And so he finds out that these monks from the Golden Lotus Monastery here on the continent, they have a philosophy of power. And what was her exact words to you, Uquil? She felt your bicep, and she said something to you about when you can understand this, then you'll understand the beginnings of the philosophy, or something to that extent, wasn't it?
I think so.
It's something kind of like that. I mean, wow. What? Are you driving through a tunnel or?
No.
Oh.
Your face is driving through a tunnel.
No, really though. I'm getting. Is anybody else getting a lot of static from his mic?
Yeah, there's some sort of feedback. It sounds like a fan or something.
Yeah, it's
I'm
a bad.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, it's like your face is driving through a tunnel. I'm like, no, dude. I'm not even being like that. I'm serious. No. Yeah, it's something like that. You know, I can't exactly. Without writing this stuff down, which I guess I'm going to have to start writing some of this stuff down. She said something to that extent to you, though. Something about when you can understand your own body, basically, then you'll understand the beginnings of the philosophy, right?
Yeah, she told me of kind of like her master and where they trained and all that shit. That's the only keynotes I took.
Well, and that's really what you were supposed to take away from it, right? Because it is the philosophy of power, right? It's the idea of some kind of power. Anyways, you don't know if it's the power, if it's quite the answer you're looking for, because that's basically the tricky part of the whole thing, right? Like the secret to power is the fact that it's so vague in that sense, right? It's a vague thing, and like your father believed that it was this, right? But then that didn't quite pan out, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of idea behind that. You want to know the truth. That's really what you're seeking for. Like, what is it? Truly. So you had that, you went to the ceremony. It's the end of the first day of the Jingzhou. A lot has happened on this first day. We've gone many sessions just on this one day of the Jingzhou, right? And something else is everybody was preparing for the shaman Ma Za-Ru to appear, and she appeared at the final ceremony of the day, of the night, and she told you Quill, like it was like she read your inner self, and she said her exact words in this. I remember she said, "You are not in control," right? Which means something to you. Like she told each of the honored chosen something that is relative to them, you know, got you Quill thinking. You know, type of thing, you know, and what Quill chooses to do with this is solely up to him, you know. And that is basically where we ended that session. Well, and Quill in a real wholesome moment decided to try and cheer up his buddy, the Feng Zhang panda, Kung Po, because he was sitting there kind of like, he was kind of feeling like pretty let down. He's like, "What do you mean I'm fat?" You know? And you went over and tried to like cheer him up a little bit because he, he was feeling bad. And so that was a pretty wholesome moment. We don't get too many wholesome moments from Quill, but when we do, you can always tell when he really, thinks kind of what's the word? I don't want to say thinks highly, but you know, consider somebody they're all right type of anyway. Yeah. You know, thinks they're all right. That's an all right guy. You know, that's an all right person because he'll do little things like that, and that's, you know, he was like, man, don't feel bad. You know, gave him like a whole chicken to eat. And that's where we're at, though. You know, we're at the final day of the Jingzhou, of the ceremony of the arrival of Ma Za-Ru. I want to set the stage for everybody now. Now that we're all caught up. We're going to fast forward a little bit into time now, right? Not too far. We're still at the night ceremony. However, now we're at a banquet. This isn't a banquet for the entire festival. Not everybody in the festival is invited to this banquet. Only a few chosen, if you will, are at this banquet. You have the entire of the honored chosen of the Jingzhou. That is you, Quill, and the rest of them are at this banquet. Plus the inglorious few who are, well, even though you guys are foreigners, you have a certain level of importance here. You know, you arrived to the Jingzhou on accommodation from Mazaru in the first place. You know, so you guys are kind of like honored guests. There is also Laudi, and there are some other people there. Mostly Dragoon. In fact, except for the honored chosen, who have, you know, different.
It's cutting out for anybody else.
Am I cutting out?
A little bit.
You are for me, yeah.
Let me get closer. Is that better? Let me bring this microphone closer to my mouth. I might be sitting too far back, and if I sit too far back because of the way my recording software is, if I have to yell too loud to carry my voice, it automatically cuts me off, you know, so I don't blare.
Right.
Okay.
Easy there, Puff Daddy.
Yeah, it's a fine. Nah, I'm not Puff Daddy. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. No, it's just a fine line I have to walk with this software because I gotta figure out the right special sauce, and because I keep forgetting to tinker with it, it never happens. Oh,
right.
Yeah. Well, you know, I'll tell myself I need to really mess with that, you know, and blah blah blah, and figure out what is actually the right, and then I forget.
Crickets.
Can you hear me? Did I cut out again?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me right now? What is going on? It's not the Discord, I'll tell you that. It's gotta be the OBS. Ooh. But, I mean, I haven't changed any of the settings, so why would the OBS be struggling?
It's not OBS. We wouldn't hear OBS. This is the Discord.
It is the Discord that's messing up?
Yeah, we wouldn't know anything about OBS. That wouldn't affect us at all.
Well, yeah, but my OBS, the thing is the way I have my settings for my recording when I'm talking, it should... Oh, but yeah, I see what you're saying. It wouldn't matter because all it's going to do is cut me off on the recording, not actual...
You sound like the old cell phone right now.
Yeah, that's it.
So it's my Discord? What is wrong with my Discord?
It's probably just the game. Like if you have like noise suppression, or make sure your gain's not turned down super low so it's not registering you in Discord.
I haven't touched any of that, though.
That's part of the problem.
Well, where do I go to mess with that, though? Because I've never even messed with that before. Like, noise suppression.
Pause the recording.
Oh,
pause the recording so I can cuss at you a lot now.
No, F you. Hold on a second. Suppress.
Well, I can't. I can't describe it while you're doing it
Standard.
because it'll cut me off halfway through. So once I show you where it's at, there's no us. Just so you know.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I found it right here where it says noise suppression. Suppress background noise from your mic. Crisp,
But again-
standard, none.
Again, that may not be the only thing. Listening's not as strong too. Is that?
Hold on, I'm reading something. I'm not... Shut up for a second. All right, folks at home. We're going to pause this for just a second. We'll be right back after these messages. I don't remember where I left off, but hopefully that...
Talking about UQuil.
No, we already talked about UQuil. We were talking about that. See, I'm not the only one. All right.
I was tempted.
She's like, I wasn't even paying attention, if I'm going to be honest. I just now jumped in on the game.
Yeah, he just woke up.
Yeah.
I did.
No, I remember we were talking about the banquet, right? So, obviously, okay, so I got to apologize to you folks at home. I am just wiped today, and I am trying so hard because I want to play D&D. But yes, the banquet. And other than, so you guys are the only foreigners at this banquet. Because you have special accommodation from Mazaru. Whilst the other honored chosen aren't foreigners, but they're not Dragoon. Other than that, everybody else at this banquet are Dragoon. Okay? Everybody else at this banquet is Dragoon. And you see every retainer is present at this banquet. Who they call retainers, right? The Dragoon. There looks to be like important people. One of the people, Android, I'm going to point out that you notice this here, is the one who bumped into you earlier. The one that Laudi told you is called the governor. They call him the governor, what's his name? Yokai Izu.
I remember now.
Yeah, he's the one that bumped into you and was like, watch it. And Laudi went as far as to saying, well, he didn't accidentally bump into you. You know, he did that on purpose, right?
Right.
Something else I'm going to point out to Zoltan is, Zoltan, you were told that in order to buy Chumi's freedom, you would need to talk to one of the retainers in order to buy Chumi's freedom, right? Because right now she's considered a servant. You know, it's indentured servitude. I don't want to say it's so much slavery as much as you would call it indentured servitude, right? It's like a class system. Some people are just born freer than others, I suppose you could say. You know? And she's not one of them. So you see all these different retainers here at the banquet as well. And I am just going to briefly describe these retainers to you, but they are basically extremely classy dressed Dragoon men. You know, some of them are the more emerald grayish scaled, some are the darker scaled. They are some of them are that more golden bronze colored, but they are all they are all definitely set apart from the others, to be sure. You know, you could tell that they're important. And then there's just other type of Dragoon there, some who look like they may be important for different reasons. For whatever reason, you don't really know why they would be, but they are. You know, and then you also have Mazaru and the other the other shaman. But you notice that her sons, Yin and Yang, are not there. You know? If you remember...
They still haven't returned.
They have not returned from... Yes, and you remember why they're gone, right? Because they went to...
Yes. To speak on our behalf to the elemental.
Yeah,
Correct?
the elemental weird. Fang Titan. Yeah. Yes, the... What is he? He's the weird of air, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, because he's a storm. Yeah, because he's a storm elemental, right? Like...
Yeah, I don't know why I keep thinking he's the weird of fire.
No, as far as you know, the weird of fire is clear across the globe somewhere.
Right.
From your position. He's all the way west. Right now, you're all the way east.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but you guys are... So you're eating at this banquet and stuff with these important looking people. And then eventually... Oh, and Laudi. Laudi is also here eating, you know, which is... out of everybody, Laudi seems to be the most, I guess you could say, underdressed. You know what I mean? He looks like he's like pretty much like the only working class here. You know? But because
Right.
he's kind of like your guys' guide. You know, he's your assistant in trying to figure out who is trying to assassinate Mazaru. You know, wherever you go, he's pretty much allowed to go as well. You know, and pretty soon, while you guys are eating, is there anything you guys in particularly want to do while eating this supper? I mean, right now there's just small talk going on around the table amongst everybody. There's also this isn't just a bunch of men eating, by the way. There are women dragoon. You know, obviously Mazaru and like her shaman, one of her shaman is a woman as well, a woman, female dragoon. But I mean, like, there's who you could tell maybe like wives or girlfriends of some of these retainers and so on and so forth. There is nobles there eating as well, you know. So I don't want you to think of this as just an entirely just small dinner. There is quite a few dragoon, but all the ones that I've mentioned are the ones of true importance, if you will, you know? So, yeah, there's a lot of small talk going on right now. Is there anything any of you want to do while eating this supper?
Not that I can specifically think of. Personally.
While all of you are getting interesting looks, Quill, you're getting interesting looks just because you're obviously a human, but you're representing the dragoon for some weird reason at this Jingzhou. So you're getting interested looks, you know? Android and Zoltan are getting like inquisitive looks because they're foreigners. Agaragus, you are getting very disturbed looks.
Yeah.
People are
I
like,
believe it.
a lot of the dragoon are looking in your direction, and a lot of the honored chosen are looking in your direction from time to time, trying to suss out like what are you? You know, they're like trying to figure out what the heck, why is this thing allowed at the table, you know? For the folks at home, just to describe Agaragus real quick, Agaragus is a what would you say, 5 foot, 4.5 foot?
I think you like 4'1" or something.
Yeah, myconid. Yeah, just this short little basically 4 foot myconid, which is humanoid.
mushroom.
Yeah, a humanoid mushroom person. The thing that sets Agaragis apart, even from a lot of myconids, is Agaragis is completely asexual, like a plant. You know, it has no actual gender. Some myconids, when myconids are born, basically, when they get to a certain age, they just naturally, a gender naturally forms on them. For Agaragis, that never happened, because Agaragis is a special kind of myconid. They are known as the androgyny, and they never actually gain a gender, per se. And so Agaragis is kind of like really odd looking too. They have no eyes, a mouth, arms, legs. They basically look just like a dwarven mushroom person. And yeah, very very off-putting to look at. And I don't think Agaragis is like fully aware of that either. Like,
No.
yeah, Agaragis isn't even aware of the fact that there is just something. Agaragis has lived their entire life in myconid society too, and to them, Agaragis is completely normal. There's nothing off about them. To the rest of the world, though, they're just like, what is that? And the fact that when Agaragis speaks, they have Kassid's voice, because that's my headcanon.
Yeah.
They just really don't know what to do. They're just like, what is that? So Agaragis, you're getting the most looks, but you're getting looks like, why is this at the table with us right now?
Oh.
I find that important to mention right now for the fact that you guys are in like a highly what would be considered in the Forgotten Kingdom of the Dragoon, this high society dinner, you know, in honor of Mazaru, the Dragoon shaman. And is there anything anybody else wants to do besides Android, who at the moment he's just enjoying his supper of it's food like you guys have never had before, spiced in
Peanuts.
ways. What?
Spiced peanuts.
Did you say peanuts?
No.
You didn't say peanuts, did you?
No.
Then there's only one other word that you could have said. And
You would be correct.
all right, well,
Can't hope that that's what Android's eating, but
Hey, now.
if that's the case, you don't know it. Let me put it to you like that. You haven't had like a whole hog thrown in front of you and been like, enjoy. Which, to be fair, Agaragis, that would freak you out. Because you'd be like, I'm eating a smaller mushroom? Why?
oh my goodness, no.
Yeah. See how I flipped that around on you? Don't mess with the DM. Even in my tired state, we're gonna rock. I almost said rock hard, and then I realized I had just been facilitating the unbreakable cycle of this joke. No, it's just food that is spiced in a way that you've never experienced before. None of you, right? It's foreign cuisine. Within an hour, you're gonna be hungry again. No, but it's good. It's tasty. You know, there are noodles and what looks like duck, perhaps, and other just different kinds of meat. You know, beef, chicken. There is peanuts, and just different things like that you guys are eating. Tea. and more of the fire wine and honeyed milk, whilst you all dine. Eventually, a big hubbub is made because the Shogun arrives. I've been sitting here with my eyes closed this entire time trying to like picture what it is I'm trying to say in my head, and I open my eyes just in time for that's a whole chicken right there. Jesus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a woman.
Facts. That ain't no punk bitch right there. She said that I'm all about this life. Exactly. She said she about this life.
I mean, there's no way they're that hungry, right?
I mean, evidently they'll eat that whole thing.
Eventually a whole hubbub is made as the Shogun, who you guys have met before, Ka-Ra Shin. He is a dragoon. He's one of the bronze-scaled dragoon that are like brownish gold colored, you know? He's all armored in his decorative armor he's got large horns coming off the top of his head. He's got a tail. He's not winged like some of the dragoon are, but he is extremely large, even for a dragoon. I think the only other dragoon you've seen that rival his size, perhaps, are Yin and Yang, and they're not 100% dragoon, as you've learned, you know? They're progeny of a dragoon and pure magic.
Yes.
You knew where I was going with that one, right? But you guys have met him before, and he was one of those ones where he was not impressed with you. You know, in fact, he was incredibly rude. And the only reason why he even allowed you guys to remain within the Forgotten City is because of Mazaru and her, what's the word I'm looking for? Not accommodation, but her affiliation with you, I guess, for a lack of better word. The fact that you're now affiliated with her, and so... And because Mazaru, being like the high shaman of Dragoon society, she's respected like a holy figure. Think like the Pope. While Ka-Ra Shin is more like the, he's the shogun, you know? So he's like their emperor, basically. All that isn't to say that they're the ultimate authorities, right? You know, somewhere in the background, somewhere, there is the ancestors, or supposedly there's actual dragons hanging out somewhere here. You just haven't met them yet, but you've heard them speak. Because when you guys first arrived here to Pengshun, and Yu Quill was discovered, the dragoon called to him. The ancestors called to him. So you know they're here somewhere.
They called me on my cell phone.
Yeah. You only call me on my pizza.
I just listened to that song. Like, no bullshit. Like, it just finished.
That is funny. That's weird. Yeah, so you know that really the ultimate authorities are the ones they call the ancestors. These hidden dragons, which, as far as you guys were concerned, you thought all dragons like that were extinct. So there may be some BS behind this. You don't know for sure yet. Right. Anyways, Ka-Ra Shin arrives finally to the banquet, and everybody stands, and Android Laudi is sitting right next to you, and you hear him kind of grunt a little bit. He's like, great. he does, you know, he doesn't say this with golly, why can't I think of any words tonight? Excuse me. He doesn't say this with
Enthusiasm.
exalt. Yeah, like he's not, you know what I mean? Like there's a type of he's not enthusiastic about this. You can tell that he doesn't think much of Kara Shin, you know, as everybody stands for his arrival, you know. And it's again, Dragoon society is very formal, very there's a lot of show to what they do, a lot of by the numbers. Certain actions must be taken if certain actions happen, and so everybody stands and waits, and he enters in and looks at everybody, you know, like he's some kind of great man, great person. He comes stepping down, and everybody stands and waits for him to sit. And after what feels like way too freaking long, he finally pulls out his chair and he sits down, and once he does that, everybody else sits down. And then nobody else touches their food again until he finally begins to eat. And you could tell he's making a show of this with you guys. Well, not just with you, but with everybody. Like, he doesn't get his own food. He orders the servants to fetch him a plate. And he takes his time picking out what dishes he wants. You know, and then every once in a while he'll be like, you know, he'll change his mind. And the second he does that, they have to completely throw away everything they've gotten and start over again. Because now that he's changed his mind, he cannot have something he doesn't want having touched the plate that he's going to eat from. So,
What you saying? He's a whole ass bitch.
Right.
like,
in layman's terms, he's a whole ass bitch.
you see what he's doing here. You know what I mean? Like, he's making a spectacle of this. He's sort of flexing his will for everybody to see. You know? Because Mazaru and Kara Shin are basically the two figureheads for the ancestors to the people. Something you could see here in this is they're like night and day, right? Mazaru has just as much authority in a way as Kara Shin. He's in charge of their military might. She's in charge of their spiritual and respect, right? You notice she hasn't flexed any of her authority. You know, she's been rather cordial and polite this entire time, while he's making sure everybody sees what he's capable of making the lower class do. You know, what he's capable of making any of them do, for that matter, save for maybe Mazaru, right? Any one of those retainers, that governor, these nobles, these ladies, any one of them he could do this to. And finally, when he does get his plate, he sits there for a minute, savoring it. He doesn't eat it, because if he takes a bite, everybody can start going back to eating. Instead, he brings the food up to his face and inhales it deeply and smells it, and then gets himself a little bit as if he's going to take a bite. And then before putting it in his mouth, he like draws it back and acts like maybe it's a little too hot, so he blows on it. and then blows on it again. And then decides that's not what he wants to start eating first. So he picks something else up, you know? It is, for all intents and purposes, probably about 15 minutes goes by of this. You know? I feel like at this point, you, Quill, what is going through your mind while watching everybody experience this?
You already know.
From this freaking guy.
I don't even know why you asking. Like, you already know what's going on.
I feel like out of everybody, you, Quill's the one who's like the most tempted to just take a bite of his food and be like, you know what? Do
Facts.
something about it. You know what I mean? Or something,
Actual
right?
facts.
Like, right? I feel like the others, like Android's just kind of flabbergasted. You know, like, this freaking guy. But because Android's the more diplomatic one, he's kind of following everybody else's example.
Quill's like somewhere between, like, I'm about to just take a bite and fuck all your bullshit. And,
He's like,
casting punch at this fool's face.
yeah, he really got something to say. He's the only one that made it out the West without Dre.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's seriously like, Quill is like, I can see him either. I'm debating whether he's taking a bite or he's being like absurdly loud with his like fucking fork, just smacking it on his plate.
Right.
Like, bruh, I see what you're doing. You're being all of a bitch. Fix it.
All right, so you're doing that. The two I'm actually most curious about, because I kind of know what Android and Uquill are kind of thinking and what they're doing with their time while this is going on. The one I'm the most curious about, though, or the two I'm most curious about, is what is going through Zoltan's mind right now. We'll start here. What is going through Zoltan's mind while watching this go on? Like, is Zoltan even really aware of the situation that's actually happening? Or did he just stop eating because he was just kind of instructed to, and he's just kind of following the lead? Or is he fully aware that this guy is just, you know, being the way that he's being?
When was I told not to eat?
Well, when he first came in, everybody said, you know, stop. You know what I mean? Like, they... you know, we can say that, like, maybe Zoltan didn't quite catch the formal cues at first, but somebody would have instructed you and said, oh, you got to stop eating, the Shogun's coming in, and you got to stand, and you know what I mean? So he's being instructed what to do. You know, is Zoltan actually following that at the moment? I guess is a good example. We'll say that you've done it so far, but it's been 15 minutes now, and this guy is just up there gaslighting everybody right now.
Oh my lord.
What is Zoltan's train of thought here?
I guess I'm looking around seeing what the rest of the group is doing, and if someone else does something, I guess I'll follow along in the footsteps.
Okay, hold that thought. What is Agaragus's train of thought right now with all this? Same thing with Agaragus, because you don't really understand social cues necessarily. Although I kind of feel like Agaragus kind of picks up on stuff like that, because there is a form of formality within Myconid society too. So this isn't unheard of for Agaragus, but Agaragus is Agaragus, right?
Yeah.
So, like, some of the servants instructed you the same way they did Zoltan, only theirs was kind of like, excuse me, I don't know if you can talk, but you've got to, you know, and they're kind of like telling you, you know. In fact, we'll even say one of them looked at Android maybe and said, your pet, it's not, you know, it's not good manners to have the animals at the table type of thing. You know what I mean? Like, what?
You mean the dog?
You know,
Oh my goodness.
They're like, it's this and then they're like looking at you, Agargus. They're like, excuse me, can you understand me? Are you cognitive? Do they does it know? You know.
Just like, yes.
They're like, oh god. Like, oh, I am so sorry. And then they start bowing real low to you, Agargus, because now they realize they may have insulted a sentient creature. You know, like,
Yeah.
like you're not actually an animal. You are a person of a type. And they're like, oh, I am so sorry. And they're bowing and they're like, you have to stand. And they kind of like instruct you, you know. One of the servants even looks at the other servant and is like, come take over. And the other one's like, oh god, no. So they instruct you what to do, but so you go through that whole ceremony, and now you're at the point where you're sitting there watching Kara Shin flex his might on everybody. And yeah. What is Agaragus's train of thought by this point? Again, it's been 15 minutes, and dude still hasn't taken a bite.
Does Agaricus have food in front of him?
They do.
Alright, well, Agaricus is just kind of like slowly picking at it, you know what I mean? Like kind of like crumbs and stuff while he's trying to pay attention, but he's like, why are we just sitting here? You know, and he's just like, I get that this guy's important, but like, why is he playing with his food? Like, so he's eating the crumbs off his plate.
Oh yeah. When you begin to do that, one of the servant quickly looks over to make sure Kara Shen hasn't noticed you do that yet, and they kind of tap you on the shoulder and like, so sorry, but you cannot eat until the Shogun has taken his bite. You cannot eat until the Shogun has taken his bite. Please stop. Please.
And he just kind of looks because he's like, not really hearing what he's saying and just continuing to eat the crumbs that he's talking to him.
He looks real like nervous now. Like he's sitting there sweating. He's so nervous. And when you look at him, he kind of like jumps back a little bit in horror. He's like, oh god, it doesn't have eyes. he can't help but say that out loud. He goes, oh god, it doesn't have eyes. So Zoltan, you're looking around. You see this fiasco going on with the Agaragus. You see Quill over there looking increasingly pissed off, and he's now tapping his fork on his plate louder and louder and louder, like with each tap the crescendo begins to increase. Android, you're pretty observant. I'm gonna say you notice all of this going on, and if I know Android, which, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Android's been trying to stick with the formality of these people, but you realize your party is slowly breaking down for this one moment. You see Zoltan looking, you see Zoltan looking around like a dog looking for a bone, just like, who's gonna jump? Because I'm ready. If you're ready to fight, I'm ready to fight. You know what I mean? You see Quill over there slowly making an attempt to pick a fight. You know what I mean? And you see Agaragus over there making the servant terrified for more reasons than one, as Agaragus keeps slipping little crumbs into their mouth, like, yummy, yummy. You know what I mean? And I'm going to say you even look at Lao D to see what Lao D is doing, and he is observing the same thing you are, with heightened appreciation for your group. He has got the biggest grin on his face right now. He seems so pleased by the disrespect. But so far, Kara Shin has not noticed any of it. He is so engrossed in his own self, his own self-worth, that it hasn't occurred to him yet that, but more and more people are starting to notice the foreigners who are, like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? Why are we allowing this guy to be like this? You know what I mean? Out of everyone, though, Mazaru is probably the only one who has kept her reserve.
Riot starts slowly playing in the background.
Yeah, Mazaru has kept her reserve. If she is taking notice to all of this, you would not know.
I'm gonna say Android was pretty tense up to this point, but when he looks at Lao D and sees Lao D's like satisfaction, he just kinda crosses his arms and relaxes, and he's like, well, I was made for Boogie Wonderland.
So if I'm to understand that correctly, Android's just like, well, if we end up getting into a fight, I guess we get into a fight type of mentality.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much, he's like, if we get into a fight here, I'm ready for it.
All right. So, Kara Shen, he begins to take a bite finally, and before he does, he like stops because now Yuquil is basically banging on his plate. Bam, 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 bam. He can hear the chatter of the servant over there being like, "Stop, please stop." For all intents and purposes, Zoltan's not necessarily doing anything to get his attention. Zoltan is just making sure he's ready to go. At this point, Zoltan is looking dead ass at you, Quill, like, kind of egging him on.
I am waiting for it.
Yeah, like, yeah, he's got a big old grin on his face. And then, Android's just over there chilling with Lao D, and Kara Shen, before taking a bite, just stops everything he's doing to a collective sigh from everybody because he still hasn't taken a bite, and he drops his fork and his plate, and he looks in the direction of everybody and he says, "Who are these foreigners who do not know the proper etiquette of the Jingsu banquet?" And he looks at every single one of you at this point. Even you, like Android, who's not even doing anything, really. He just looks at you because he already doesn't like you. He's already expressed to you guys in your first meeting that he didn't like you anyways, right? So he's going to group you all together, even though it's you, Quill, basically over there banging on his plate, and Agaragis by now, who's got like a whole leg in their mouth because they're tired of crumbs.
Yes. Yes. All acceptable.
Yeah. And by that point in time, when that happens, the servant just drops down to their knees and plants themselves prostrate to the ground, too afraid to even lift their head, right? But yeah, he says that, and he addresses all of you when he says that. Who are you foreigners who don't understand the importance of tonight's ceremony? Who would have the nerve to eat before me once I have the Shogun of harm. No, the show Last Dragon reference. If you didn't catch it, I'm sorry. But if you know, you know. Shona, he says, the Shogun of the Dragoon. Well, speak.
Well, you know who I am. Don't even play stupid.
Yeah, at that, Android kind of turns and looks at Lao D once again, you know, and without breaking eye contact, just kind of reaches over to his plate and pulls off a chicken leg or whatever, and takes a bite of it. And he looks back at the Shogunate, and he's like, "We're the inglorious few."
This is what we do.
That
And I think you've taken your time.
I'm in danger. Okay, so a few things happen. Everybody needs to roll initiatives. No.
I
Hell
can't.
yeah.
Fireball.
I
Yeah.
was ready.
Get it.
I cast acid breath.
When that when that happens, freaking Kara Shin like just stands up and bangs his hands on the table. He's like, boom, like that. And he says, filthy dogs. And when he does that, finally Mazaru interjects herself and she says, sit down, Shin.
Ooh, you're in trouble.
You got told.
And he looks at her just menacingly for a minute. And I want everybody to roll a spot. And you all need to roll high.
One second. Before everybody rolls. One second. Before everybody rolls. One second.
And I'm gonna say that the DC is gonna be different according to your modifier. So I'm going to look at each one of you and know what what I'm saying, if you passed or didn't. Right? Don't roll, Agargus. He said, hold on 1 second.
Oh! I thought that he was holding on. I didn't know that we were supposed to.
Well, I was gonna say, like, when he started to bang shit around, Yuko immediately like kicks on his senses aura, which gives us all a +3 to spot. You're welcome. I'll be here all week.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well,
Can I re-roll?
no. Agargus, you've been playing this long enough to know the words listen. By now. So Agargus, you fail.
Yeesh.
Zoltan,
I don't know these words. So. Please.
who's your...
You have to forgive her. It's part of her natural disposition.
I'm a crack baby. Come on.
That's not what I was going for. But yes.
Jesus
Yes.
Christ.
Well,
Zoltan, you fail. You fail, even though you're the one that kicked on the senses. You're like, I must pay attention. Oh,
yeah. When you roll all of a fucking 6, dude, it doesn't help.
Yeah, I know. But you try.
Yeah, the dice giveth, the dice tend to taketh away.
Android passes, though. Because that is a pretty significant number, even with that +3. It's a good thing he gave you that +3, though, because you would have failed. So you...
My elven eyes.
Awesome, yeah. Good assist there, you Quill.
Do it again.
Yeah,
Thanks.
do it again. So everybody, Android, when Kara Shin looks at Mazaru, he's not just looking at her in disagreement. Like, you notice a look on his face that feels to you like murderous intent. Like, there is an absolute, it's not just how dare you, but it's like, you disgust me. And you almost feel like if there weren't so many people around, he might even try to strike her. That's the feeling you get. Like, he looks like he's ready to punch. You know what I mean? Are you picking up what I'm laying down?
I think so.
He looks extremely displeased. There is dark intention in his face as he looks at her. And he grits his teeth and he says, "They are not following the proper etiquette of the Jingzhou." And Mazaru looks at him and says, "They are foreigners from another land, and you expect them to sit here for 20 whole minutes while you have trouble deciding on whether or not you even so much as want to taste your food. If anything, they can go back to their homeland and talk about what kind of a joke our leader is. You are the leader of our military might, and you can't act more of an adult. You act like a child who is drunk with power." And when she says that, he looks at all the retainers who, none of them have any nerve to even try and look at anybody in their eye. None of the nobles, none of the ladies, none of the retainers. The only one who looks like he's got enough gall to watch this with great interest is Lao Di. He looks so pleased by this whole thing.
Android just holds up a peace sign. Just ping.
Agaricus is just shoving food into his pockets.
Hell yeah.
What is Uquil and Zoltan doing?
You know what Euclid's doing?
Still just banging on his plate?
Oh no, he's not. He's not banging. He's got that shit-eating grin, and he's just sitting there with like, kind of, what is the word I'm looking for? He's still being very antagonistic, but he's doing that like he's got his like arms crossed across his chest, just kind of like nodding his head, like yeah, she's telling you, bitch. That whole vibe, like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Like,
what you gonna do?
He's like leaning back in his chair, just pleased with himself now, arms crossed across his chest, like, What about?
Now what you gonna do when Hulkamania runs wild?
What about you, Zoltan?
I am chowing down with the biggest ass grin I have.
He said, "Fuck everything I'm eating."
Yeah. Nice. Kara Shen looks at all of you. And then he looks at you, Uquil, and he goes, "You are supposed to be the spirit of the dragon." He goes, "Maybe for them, this is normal." He goes, "But you're supposed to be the one of prophecy? The one we've been waiting for?" He goes, "And you can't even learn our etiquette." He goes, "Pathetic."
Euclid's flexing. Everybody prepare for shit. Be forewarned, it's happening. When he says that, Euclid like, yeah, he hasn't done this in a while, so fuck it, he's going to. He pulls out his little bag pulls out his little dill of cigarettes that he hasn't opened in fucking ages. Rolls him up like he's sitting there looking at him while he's saying on his right.
Mm-hmm.
Rolls up the cigarette, and then as soon as he says, you can't even learn etiquette, Yukul just kind of like snaps the little like sack close and drops it into to his side, and then just light breath weapon lights the fucking cigarette, starts smoking, and he's like, last time I checked, dragons are. You're not right. They do have a little, what's the word? Tact, maybe? Yeah. You're definitely getting the pompous part down, right? I'll give you that. Touche. Bravo. I'm more of a man of excess. That's kind of what, That's kind of what I get a lot. A little bit on the arrogant pride side, a little bit there too. Yeah, I got a little bit of that in me as well. But as far you act as if being a pompous prick is something that they just woke up and did every day. I mean, just kind of confused. Help me out with that one there.
He just kind of excuse me. He just kind of laughs, now mockingly at you. So, I'd expect no less from one of the children of Tiamat. And with that, he just turns around and he says, I will not be joining this supper tonight. And he storms off. The second he does that, everybody just kind of... The second he's like safely away, everybody else just kind of looks up and they look around at each other like, can we start eating again, or what is this? Is this the end? And Mazaru finally says, finish your supper. I know that this is the first banquet we've ever had at the Jingzhou that is... And she kind of sighs. She almost sounds sad when she does it too. That is highly irregular. But those who aren't willing to adapt will die. And our times are changing. So eat. And everybody begins to eat. Mazaru kind of looks over at you, Yuquil, because she's close enough to you, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she says to you, see? You're not in control. And she begins to eat her food.
Yuquil just chuckles. He's like, okay, so you're not completely wrong.
She, if you said that to her, she acts as if she doesn't even hear you now. Like she's lost in her own thoughts. Loud Egos, he just kind of leans into you, Android, and Agaragis, and Zoltan, because you guys are in a completely different spot of the table than you, Quill, right? But he leans into you guys and he says, good job. Kara Shen has had that coming to him for a long time. There are those of us in the Dragoon who highly endorse what you just did. Good.
Android's kind of like, you know what we say about guys like him where I come from? Fuck him.
Now, to jog your memories too, when you guys first and he made this known to you guys when he does not like Kara Shen, you know.
Right.
He told you guys as much when you first, well, not when you first met him, but when he came to the Jingzhou and spoke with you all. he told you that the way Kara Shin runs the shogunate is not okay. You know, he overtaxes the people. He's a weak leader. You know, he's got all the military might he could possibly have, but all his wars, all his campaigns are just proxy wars that do nothing but benefit him and just weaken the people even more, you know? Like, the people of their land have no resolve left in them. You know? Taxes them too high. They're basically like, they were once a strong shogunate, and now they're just kind of a joke. You know what I mean? Seems like he cares more about like the way he staying in power seems to be more important to him than the people, you know? And he's just not a good leader. So to have him, so he seems to be beaming right now. You know, he's just like you've lit a spark in him. You know what I'm saying? As he's eating, he's just like, good. Eventually,
Eating it up.
yeah. Eventually the banquet does end, and the honored chosen are escorted out back down to the barracks. Mazaru gives you one more glance in your direction, Equil, before you exit out. She looks at you knowingly. What that's supposed to mean, that's up to you. But that's the expression she gives you. She looks at you knowingly. Before you are taken back to where the honored chosen are staying. She does approach you, Android, and the rest of the Inglorious Few, and she says, that was highly irregular. Do you make enemies of the most powerful people everywhere you go? Or are we just special?
Oh no, this is pretty, what is it? What do they say? Pro quo? Is that?
Par for the course.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Well, and it dawns on you that she has no idea that there's about the assassination attempt. You know what I mean? It's unknown to her. The only reason why you know about it is because of Laudi. Right?
Did he say not to tell her?
He never said otherwise. He just said that, and in fact, you found out about it through the grapevine. He just showed up. He showed up saying, you know, he knows about it. He's been instructed to help you. You know what I mean? So you're not sure she knows about it at all, if I'm being honest with you.
Right.
And the only reason why I'm bringing this up is because we've gone through so many sessions, and we do a session on and a session off or whatever. We'll miss a few days. So it's important to keep you up to date on what you should know. You know what I mean? But whether or not she actually knows about it or not, you don't know.
So, Android's kind of like, you know, he's kind of trying to probe for information, but he's being a little casual about it. He's like, that was a pretty malicious look he gave you, huh?
She says, who?
The Shogunate. What's his name?
Oh, she says, Shen?
Yeah, he didn't, like that.
He's never cared for me much. if I'm being honest, I don't necessarily... No, that's not the right way of... Shen is a powerful warrior. By all rights, he is strong. Nobody's taking away from his might in battle, his prowess. But he's like that of a child. He feels like he needs to let everybody know just how important he is. And that's never a good thing. Those who have power but don't seek it are the right ones for the job. However, Shen just doesn't care for me too much. He thinks I'm a little bit too soft. He looks at this as his playpen. And it's not. Together we are responsible for the lives and the betterment of our people. The ancestors chose us for a reason, and he's done nothing with it. Not really. And besides, she looks at you, Android, she says, besides, if you knew somebody who acted like your mother all the time, would you really appreciate having them around?
Hendrik kind of like, shifts his weight from foot to foot. Well, you make a good point. He says, so what would the next logical step be? He kind of says that, being a little coy, and he's like, remove the issue?
She kind of laughs and says,
He raises an eyebrow.
She laughs and says, oh, well, I'm sure that if Shen could find a way to take me out of my position, he would. She says, but he doesn't realize that the only person who's going to remove me is me. Only I have the ability to remove me from my mantle. And the other shaman, her other closest shaman, just kind of sit there and laugh, and they say, never, milady. We would never allow. She says, calm yourselves. She says, they're all a bit too serious, aren't they? These things are always too serious. Why, Android, I ask you, are my people so serious about everything? Everything's life and death with them.
Yeah, Android just kind of nods. He doesn't quite know what to say, and well, yeah, he just is kind of understanding in himself that he should be careful about what he says next. You know what I mean? Being as they're around other people. Well, very good then. I should hope not. He just kind of leaves it at that, I guess.
Pretty soon, in this moment of uncomfortable silence from everybody, right? It's palatable, as if somebody's expecting somebody to say something next, so much so you even kind of, even though I'm not gonna say you guys are like nuts to butts, right? Like you're all standing there, Android, Agaragis, Zoltan, and Laudi, with Mazaru and her 3 shaman in training, it is a palatable silence. You know, everybody's kind of like, well, should somebody say something next type of thing? So much so that Android, you can feel the tension. So much so you just know that Lao D's kind of shifted uncomfortably himself. Like his whole body's kind of like shifted. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's like being able to feel somebody without touching them type of thing, you know? Like your senses are just heightened and aware. And it's almost to like a breaking point, hitting this like weird crescendo when suddenly you hear, Zoltan, you hear a very familiar voice of a girl being like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. And they're just like, away from me, servant girl. Do not touch my cloak. Who do you think you are? No. Do you know who my family is? Little bitch, get away from me. You know what I mean? Like people just being incredibly rude to this girl, and she's just like, he's a foreigner. I don't know. I can't. His name is Zoltan. Do you know who he is? Don't touch me. You know, one lady's like, oh God, they'll just let anybody into these places now by Takesis breath. Oh, away from me, you unwashed trash. And you know. Zoltan, you recognize this voice. You recognize this voice to be that of Chumi's. And she's just like, I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to. I heard he was at the honored banquet. I didn't know. You don't know the way of our people? Look at pathetic and human. I swear. You know, I mean, just people just, you know. Finally, you hear somebody say, what business does a servant girl have inviting herself to our banquet? I shall have you thrashed. I should have you skinned alive and hung upside down with all the other sinners. And she just kind of drops to her knees and she's like, I'm so sorry. And he goes, sorry isn't enough. And you hear him snap his fingers and say, come take her away. You shall be punished accordingly.
Damn this world. Anyway. Zoltan stands up and tries to excuse her bad, I don't know how to say it, her...
So you look over. Okay. So Zoltan, you look over, right, to see the situation. You see Chumi sitting there looking. You see this retainer standing there with a few of the samurai. Let's see here. They're basically just like these green scaled samurai, these jade scaled dragoon men with these long, you know, they look like spears only with like swords on the end of them, and they're grabbing, like two of them have her by the arm as they're picking her up to drag her away. What does Zoltan do exactly? Like, you're gonna have to describe it. You can't just say, he stands up and tries to excuse her. What are his words exactly? Because I need to know how to respond to this accordingly. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. He stands up, looks at Chumi, and asks which one is her.
So you okay, so to be, let me think of how to ask this so I understand correctly. You stand up and you're just like, Chumi, which one of this is the, so when you stand up and you say Chumi, for instance, right, you get her attention, you know? Correct? Okay, so you're like, Chumi, and she's just like, Zoltan, you know, looking at you like, oh God, you know? And then you say which one of these is your retainer? Which one of these, you know?
Yes.
So you say that to her, and the retainer turns around and he goes, I am a retainer Koto. Jesus.
Tokai.
Kotokai,
Rope.
yeah. Woo. English is hard, y'all. Yeah. I am retainer Kotokai. And who are you to be interrupting my official business with this servant wench?
My name is Zoltan Heisenberg, and I wish to buy her off of you.
And he said he gonna drop a whole bag on this bitch.
He just kind of laughs.
Oh, good.
He's like, oh my. He goes, oh, you hear that? And he looks at the two samurai. He goes, the foreigner wants to buy one of the servant girls. Oh, clearly, this is some kind of a joke. You think that you can just come into our lands, disrupt our dinner, and then demand that you can buy one of my property off of me? You think that's how this works?
I didn't demand, I asked, but okay.
He says, oh, so you asked. My mistake. Oh, because you asked and didn't demand. Then I suppose you deserve a proper answer. By the way, that's just an idea of what Shumi looks like, right?
The
I
South
thought
Park
she was a
one?
lizard.
Yes. The South Park one, yes. He says, the other one I don't even know why I bothered. He says, so because you asked properly, because you asked, I suppose you deserve a proper answer. No. She will be hung upside down in the hell of the upside down sinners, where she belongs for having the nerve to think she's invited to places she doesn't belong. And she's just like, tears are now streaming down her face as she looks at you, Zoltan. And he goes, now take her away.
Can Android see this going down?
Every one of you can see this going down. Zoltan,
I'm about to blow up a building if someone doesn't stop it.
Laudi, Android, Agaragus, Mazaru and her group is there. You know, Mazaru hasn't said anything. She's just observing. If this even bothers her at all, you wouldn't be able to tell, right? Because Mazaru is real reserved all the time, right? She's just kind of proper, you know what I mean? It's hard to read what she's thinking, you know?
Right. I'm gonna say Android kind of approaches Zoltan from the back and kind of puts a hand on his shoulder, you know? And
He takes him from the back. Oh no.
yeah.
Thank you, Quill.
And he's just kind of like, well, hold on now. Let's not be so hasty.
Yes.
Like-
Yes.
He's like, you are retainer Koto Kai, was it?
He looks at you, Android, and he says, yes, that is my name. And you are?
He says, my name is Android Frizen.
He goes, in the future, Android, in our lands, when you approach somebody you don't know, you announce yourself first, before you even have the nerve to ask them who they are. And then he looks at Laudi and he says, and he just kind of like looks at him like, you know, you've been with this dude. Like, how does he not know this already? Laudi just kind of shifts uncomfortably again.
Android just kind of purses his lips, you know, and takes his hands and folds them behind his back, you know, and like narrows his eyes and bows to him, you know, and bows low. And he slowly returns, you know, upright, and he says, I apologize. I meant no offense. It seems I have forgotten my manners in the spectacle of things tonight. He says, I am a man of business in my lands, and I am hoping that you are as well. He says, forgive my young associate here and his boldness and bringing your servant girl here. He says, we are both foreign to these lands, and he too seems to lose his manners at times as well. He says, surely if this servant girl belongs to you, then you, as a man of business, would have a price. He says, perhaps we can reach an agreement upon what that price is. And then he bows again, you know.
Oh. he watches you bow real low and everything. I mean, like, you know, and the words that you say. Go ahead and roll a diplomacy, actually, for me.
Okay.
Woo! Pop my sweat. um,
I shall learn from the best.
He says, I understand that gold is of large value in your lands, and I am prepared to pay you a hefty sum of it for this girl, should you be willing to do business.
So he looks you up and down for a minute. And his eyes kind of squint. He says, gold, you say? Actual gold.
He reaches into his bag of holding and pulls out a single gold piece. And he says, if I may. And he holds it out to him, you know.
Kodokai motions for the two samurai to not move. And he walks forward and takes the gold coin from your hand and bites it. And you watch as his eyes widen for a second, and then he takes it and doesn't return the gold coin. He puts it in his pocket.
That's fine. Android just smiles and folds his hands back behind his back, you know.
Says, oh. He goes, now you are speaking the language. Says, I could sell her to you for... He looks at you and he goes, 100 gold. And then gets a grin on his face, and when he does that, you just hear a loud eagle.
Android kinda, you know, and he's like, you know, he like draws a sharp breath, and he looks at Zoltan, you know, and he looks at Chumi, and then he looks back at Kodokai, and he says, well, sir, you drive a hard bargain. He says, but you can't put a price on love. And with that, he reaches
He says,
into
yes, I can.
He says, well, you know, it's just a manner of speaking. He says, I'll give you your 100 gold.
I want you to roll me a bluff.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a reason I'm having you roll a bluff right now.
Absolutely, because I'm bluffing it.
That's a freaking lootly.
I get it. No, you're absolutely right. That's totally justified.
What the? Oh my god. That is not. Hold on. Oh, okay. That's he looks at you, and when you do all that, he looks at you for a minute, and his eyes like narrow, and he goes, "Don't play me for a fool." He says, "I know you think 100 gold means nothing, because obviously you have an abundance." He goes, "But here, 100 gold will keep me in the clear for generations, and we live a long time, probably longer than you. I am aware of your kind, for I'm not uninitiated in foreign policy. Because with that said, if we're really gonna truly do business, you and I will accept this 100 gold. But I want to do more business for more gold. Whatever it is that you're into, I want a piece of the action."
At that, Android cracks a smile, and he says, "Well, sir, I believe now you are speaking my language." He says, "After I leave these lands, and return home, I'll speak with my liaison, and we'll be in touch."
He says, "Save that." And he says, "Hold out your hand." He says, "You want to make a pact with a dragoon, you make it proper."
Android kind of raises an eyebrow. He says, he kind of looks over his shoulder back at Laudi, and he's like, "Oh? And what does that entail?"
Laudi goes, "You better be," he just says, "You better be sure." The dragoon, or Kodokai, says, "It's just a little bit of an insurance policy."
Insurance. He says,
Precisely.
What do you want exactly?"
To make sure that you uphold your word. That when you return, you really return with every intention of getting a hold of me when you return to your land.
That's all.
That is all.
He says, "Oh. Well, that's fine then. I have every intention." And he just holds out his hand.
When you do that, the dragoon takes you by the hand. He says, "Good." And he flips it over in his hand. And he leans down and kisses your hand to wet it. And then he pulls out a little bag of powder. He says, "This is gonna hurt a little." And he dumps it on your hand. And it begins to just burn, like instantly. And he holds you firm. He says, now you're allowed to try and roll an opposing strength to see if you can break this dude's grip. To get your hand back, because it is a searing pain. I want you to think of like a chemical burn.
I am going to say that in this moment, it, like, kind of draws and
It does what?
it draws Android's mind to the ice,
Mm-hmm.
and he just stands firm and eats it. He doesn't like. He just stands and takes the bird. It's not like he just poker faces exactly. Like he grimaces, of course, but he just, is
Like he's kind of quivering, but he's holding firm.
Yeah, it's like I can do this.
Okay. So, one thing you notice is Kodokai is impressed at the fact that you haven't tried to withdraw your hand. You know what I mean? He's, it's like, okay, And then he explains to you, he says, I'm going to neutralize this now for you. He goes, but you have exactly a cycle's worth of time to be back in touch with me. If you don't, this will return. Only the next time, it will eat your entire hand. And when it is done with your hand, it will eat your forearm, then your arm, your shoulder, and you will live your life as a one-armed liar. Do you understand?
I do.
Only
well,
I.
A cycle is a year?
One cycle is a month.
Is 1 month.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Fuck.
one full cycle is like, yeah, a season really, you know? But
Oh.
a cycle is basically, I want you to think of it as like one, yeah, basically it's 4 weeks. So it's basically a month.
Yeah, a month.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Android's just kind of like, well, I hope I make it home in a month then.
Yeah, 3 cycles. 3 cycles is a season. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so on and so forth.
Gotcha.
Says,
Just like, yes, I understand.
he says, only I can send you the proper neutralization to take away this completely. He goes, but you will have a scar there to remind you of our pact. And with that, he actually takes his hand and presses it against yours, the backside of his hand now, and presses it against yours and begins to burn his. And he's like, and his arm begins to quake a little bit, and he flexes and he goes, to show you my commitment to our deal. And then he pulls out another thing of powder and rubs it, spits on it, rubs it, and it takes away the burning. I mean, completely neutralizes it, but it leaves your hand sore.
Right.
He says, get a hold of me in a cycle, and I will make sure that doesn't return.
Android nods, and he divvies out 150 gold and gives it to him.
He puts his hand up and he says, keep the gold.
Okay.
He says, I just want the business. He goes, I don't know what you're into, but whatever it is, we can hash out that and how I fit into all that later. And then
Well, okay.
with that, he like says something in Draconic to the Dragoon Samurai, and they just toss Chumi at Zoltan's feet. He goes, do with her what you want. He goes, all this trouble for a servant girl. And he laughs again. He's like, a servant girl. He goes, foreigners. They have no class. And he looks at you, Android. He goes, you're a man of business, but you are what you surround yourself with. And he looks at Zoltan, just kind of disgusted. And then he turns around to leave. And now Chumi's at like your feet. Huh?
I wish I might
Android's just like inglorious.
You want to attack him, Zoltan? Is that what you said?
No, I wish to. I wish to smite him.
Well, that in D&D speak can mean anything.
No, this is in my speaking.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Like, you're kind of like, don't let me catch you slipping type of. I get you. If I can kill you and
if I catch you,
if I can catch you unawares and kill you and not get caught, I'm gonna do it. I got you. I understand. Yeah, at this point though, she's like at Android's feet, just thank you so much, just crying. Thank you so much.
Android just kind of he looks down at her, and he's giving her this look, not like he's disgusted really, just like he's really uncomfortable, and he's like stand up for Christ's sakes, He's like, it's okay. It's okay.
She's like, I don't know who Christ is.
Just don't don't fucking touch me, sort of thing, He just looks at Zoltan and he's like, he gets this sort of serious expression. He's like, don't let her die on our way home. He's like, don't make that.
I pay for this bitch. Keep her alive.
Don't make that not worth it.
Oh,
don't let her die on our way home.
That's funny. Yeah, because
it will come out of your paycheck.
You really did just make that. Oh man, I didn't even think about that. He did just create a liability for you guys, didn't he? Oh, that's funny. Good job, Zoltan.
Android's just like, she's your responsibility. What? If she dies, it is not on me. I will do what I can, but just don't make this for nothing. And then he just smiles and pats him on the shoulder, and he's like, young love. And then he turns and returns to Lao D.
Well, with all that happening, I guess I'm bowing and excusing myself.
Do what? What'd you do?
Disgusting. I'm sorry, go ahead.
He's gonna go get sticky.
Exactly.
Oh. Oh,
No.
I see. I see. I'm like, what? What is going on? I'm stupid. I'm sorry. I guess I'm turning into an old man, right? I'm turning into a real square. It didn't even dawn on me.
Get sticky.
Yeah, like I'm so like square now that doesn't even cross my mind. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess that is why he wanted to buy her, huh? No, there's more reasons than that. Like, I know he cares about her. Like, I don't want to make it seem like it's so. Yeah, I get it. There's a sweetness to this. I understand. Before you do that, though, right? Before any of that can happen, Zoltan, you're like, well, and you're picking her up, like trying to. She's like, wait. She goes, wait. These are your friends, right? These are the ones you're working for.
Yeah.
She goes,
you could say.
You are these the ones you were trying to figure out all those weird things you were trying to find out about?
Yes, but it's better to speak about it in a private setting.
She kind of looks, and Mazalru's like, what is going on exactly? What is all of this? Well, D's kind of like, oh. That's all he says. Oh. And he looks at you now, Android, and then looks to all of you. Speaking of which, what is going on with the Garrigus right now, by the way? What has the Garrigus been doing this entire time this has all been happening in front of it? I gotta
Eating
know.
whole live chickens.
He's just been eating the food that he stuffed in his pockets.
Like,
watching y'all.
So, because the Garrigus doesn't actually have pockets, it's like little fleshy pockets in their body.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
his gills or whatever.
Oh god. Just reaching into like flesh pockets in their leg, just pulling it out, just eating food, just watching this whole thing unfold. Like, wow.
Whole bag of Sun Chips because he's vegan.
Oh, this is fantastic. I had to know. Yeah, cause yes. Yeah, I just had to know. Like, I'm like, I wonder what a Garrigus is doing. Yeah, So when that happens, though, yeah, she's like, "What is going on?" Mazaru's like, "What's going on?" And Lao D just goes, and then looks at you, Android. And because he just kind of looks at you sideways too, like, I am not taking over this at all. You know what I mean? Like, he's
Explaining the
eyeballing,
servant girl thing?
explaining what is going on. She just said, "What is going on?" Because the servant girl, Chu-Mi, is like, "You were asking about all these weird questions. You know, like, I found out something about the Woojin." She goes, "And maybe Shujinja are involved."
Right.
And she's
Okay.
using those terms.
So the android kind of senses this, and he like opens his mouth to speak, then thinks better of it first and kind of bows to her, and he's like, "If I may, Zoltan here met this servant girl, Chu-Mi, and they had an encounter with one another. And in our travels in your land, we had come across some topics of how you say lore, I suppose, that we were interested in learning more about. So Zoltan was asking Chu-Mi about these things, and she offered to look into it more for him, but that some of these topics are considered either taboo or just strange to be talking about, and that was the better part of our ignorance on the topic. So we apologize for that disruption.
She says, "I see. So there's no real particular reason you would want to be knowing about any of this, other than a lack of knowledge in knowing how taboo such subjects are."
Cultural interest, and, you know, young love. They were just speaking, and ignorance.
She says, "Oh, well, in the future," and she looks at Chu-Mi and she goes, "In the future," and there's almost something weird in her voice, right? You can,
Sense motive?
yeah, go for that. But she looks at Chu-Mi and she goes, "In the future, you might be a little bit more, because you are not ignorant to our culture." She goes, "You may be human and not of our kind." She says, "But you know better. And so you might want to keep your mouth shut in front of certain people." And she says, "Look at me, girl. You know who I am." And Chu-Mi, who's been like freaking out this entire time, when it finally dawns on her that she is talking to Mazaru, it is considerably noticeable that her like mouth just kind of drops. She's like, oh my gosh. You know what I mean? She says, "Yeah. The topic of Shujinja and Woojin is not conversation in polite company, is it? Think before you speak." With that, she says, "Good evening to all of you." And she kind of storms off, and she kind of sideways glances at Lao D, who just now, Android, you notice this too. He just looks completely uncomfortable as she storms off. What did you roll? A 32. It's not so much like she seems very displeased about that whole conversation. Like this entire time she seemed really reserved and even kind, but now all of a sudden her entire mood has turned. You've noticed that her mood has turned incredibly sour. Right?
Right.
And something else that you noticed, but it's kind of too late to really like, because she is now stormed off, right? Like she's no longer there. But something you've noticed now is the fact that she, for somebody so what's the word I'm looking for? Somebody who seems to be so observant seems to trust you implicitly.
Right. With that, Android kind of turns to Lao D and he leans in and talks into his ear at almost a whisper, you know, and he's like, "So you gonna tell me why we're lying to Mazaru?"
Says, I never told you to lie to her. Says, I just didn't know if she knew or not. He goes, so if you remember, he goes, I'm here on the orders and the behest of my shaman. She's the one that told me that there was an assassination attempt. I don't know if Mazaru knows what's going on or not.
Android kind of nods and he's like, "Well, I understand. I don't mean to come across as accusatory, so forgive me, but
Says, it's okay. It's...
I just can almost sense that you wish to withhold the information if you can. So if that's a misreading on my part, perhaps I should go speak with Mazaru and remedy this, because I don't like lying to her."
He goes, what, if I'm being honest with you, Android, what makes me uncomfortable is the fact that you were so easily capable of lying to her.
Me too. That's precisely my point. That's why I don't like it. You know? It makes me uncomfortable.
Says, says, perhaps... Then he thinks about it for a moment. He goes, perhaps she does know.
I get the sense that perhaps she knew I was lying as well and just accepted my answer.
Says there's got to be a reason for that, right?
Android just kind of thinks for a moment. He's like, "Do you think that we should speak with her more in private?" Because part of that is that an assassination plot isn't topic for public speaking, I don't think.
He goes, neither is talking about Shujinja and Wujin, and he kind of side glances at the girl.
He's like, "Yeah, I know. She's got a mouth on her, don't she?" He's like, "I'll speak." Yeah, yeah, for real. But he's like, "I'll speak with Zoltan about that, about you know, talking to her about discretion. I mean, I suppose Mazaru did plenty of that anyway, but whatever."
Only you can know what you should do from here, Android. He goes, my job was just to assist you. Says when Meow Meow told me of this, she didn't give me much information as to whether or not Mazaru was even aware or any of that.
Android's kind of like, by the way, did you catch that that look that the Shogunate gave her when she opposed him?
He goes, oh, he's a bastard.
He's like bastard enough to want to do harm? Because that was a pretty malicious look.
He kind of thinks about it for a minute. He goes, perhaps. You know, thinking about this now, only he would have the resources in our lands to... He says, wait a minute. Nezumi...
recently changed hands.
Nezumi? Koatoa? I mean, able to outsmart the demon sword Zaguchi and fool the Bunzai all in one place. Only one person would have the resources, and we are playing on his field.
Home field advantage, that's right.
And it would benefit him greatly to have Mazaru out of the way.
I spoke with her briefly about this, and she doesn't seem to think that he would aim for her mantle.
He knows that. He was standing there when you said it to her, but...
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
I didn't realize he was right up on me.
Oh,
like
yeah.
that.
Everybody was. Like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. It's
So,
all right. It's all right with you saying that, though.
I'll just be like, then. So then, why doesn't she think that he would aim for her mantle?
He says perhaps she doesn't know that there's an assassination attempt, or maybe because she is smart enough to have the foresight not to make accusations against people who are of equal importance as she is. It could be any number of reasons, but those seem to make the most sense. It'd be like, he says, well, and he looks and he says, I'm guessing, and he looks at Zoltan and then looks at Garrigus and he goes, I'm guessing you Quill is probably like about equal to you in command of your group, correct?
Absolutely.
So what if you were to outright accuse you Quill of treachery? Would that not cause a rift within you and your team?
Well, Android kind of thinks for a moment. He says, let me tell you a story. So he starts from the beginning of the whole thing that happened with the Pale Knight incident thing, leading up to the point, where we finished it off, including the details about how Android was like, she's asking you Quill, sort of thing. He says, the reason why...
Hold on a second, I'm sorry. Just 1 second. Sorry about... Oh. Sorry about that, dude.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I had their family. Yeah. Sorry about that, folks at home. I know I just interrupted this stream in this recording in a real pivotal moment, but I don't live alone, and I don't have dedicated space to recording. So from time to time, the real world just kind of, and because I care about my family quite a bit, I, sometimes I have to stop and make sure everything's okay.
It happens.
It does. So sorry about
But
that,
yeah.
dude. Yeah.
No, you're
what were you
So,
saying?
and Android's telling him about this, and he's like, so it comes to this point where she's asking you, Quill, to come back there with her. And he asks me about it, and I tell him, well, she's asking you, Quill. Because by this point in time, I understand that Quill is smart enough to realize how I am going to feel about this situation, that I disapprove of what's going on here. In this instance, I'm doing my own bit of probing about where his mind is at with this, right? He says, I think it depends on how it's handled when it comes to treachery, because in this instance, I'm not trying to outright accuse him of treachery, but I am trying to draw a line in the sand, and he understands that, and we respect one another well enough to, know each other's minds in that way. So we spoke about it later while we were sharing a meal, and it's okay. It actually brought us closer and made us stronger as a unit. So I think it depends on the context of the situation, the understanding between the two people, and how it is handled.
Laudy, he's quiet for a moment as he, again, he's very reserved. You notice that when you tell him stuff like this, he becomes very quiet and just listens intently, betraying no emotion of what he's thinking,
Right.
As you tell him these things. And when you're done, he seems to ponder this for a moment before he says, what you are describing is a mutual respect between two people who are in charge of whatever it is that you and your group here do. And he's not looking at Zoltan and Agaragis the same way he was earlier, kind of, you know what I mean? Now he's looking at them as like people a part of your group. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They're your companions, as it were, And he says, whatever it is that you and your group actually do. He goes, to be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure what that is. He goes, it's just dawned on me that I've never been quite sure what purpose you serve. Why you are here, for instance. He goes, and I mean no offense to that. It's just, why? And I don't expect an answer to that. Maybe that's something that you yourself don't even know. It says, regardless, whatever it is that you have going on, what you are describing to me is a mutual respect that you two have. As shown tonight, your team is giving to flights of fancy. Especially you, Quill. He said it himself.
Being called out right now.
He said it himself. He is a man of excess. And again, I'm not meaning that as an insult, but it is like any coin. You have one side and you have another. Both sides must work in tandem. When it comes to Mazaru and Kara Shen, that isn't a mutual respect, to be sure. Mazaru respects the process. Kara Shen was chosen by our ancestors to be the shogun. Whether she likes him or not is irrelevant, because it's not her decision to make. You understand what I'm saying?
Android kind of thinks on this for a moment, and he says, I think I do.
So, that might answer why she chooses not to say everything she knows. And maybe not saying anything. And again, whatever you decide to do, my job is just to assist you. But maybe not saying anything is doing her a favor. And that could be why she was so, and then he considers his words for a minute. He goes, displeased with Zoltan's acquisition.
Too many eyes.
Says, perhaps. Says, but I think you might be onto something. And maybe that's why she can't afford to make her self knowingly aware.
Android kind of nods and thinks this over. He says, well, I don't know if this is the right move, but I think we should speak with her in private about this matter. It seems best at this point that if she's not aware, that she become aware, because we are reaching a critical point in this investigation where we're running out of time.
Yes, the assassination attempt is supposed to happen the last day of the Jingzhou. We're already done with the first day. Says, you are correct. He kind of clenches his jaw a little bit. He says, again, I will back you up in whatever you decide to do. You want to approach Mazaru about this? We shall. And then he turns to Zoltan and he says, learn everything that you can from this girl. Do you understand?
Yes.
He looks at the girl and he goes, you had better have something interesting to say. He looks at you again, Zoltan. He goes, this isn't just about frivolity. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
He looks at Agaragis and he goes, and you? You might as well come with us.
Nagarikus just follows. He was like, I don't know. I mean,
Still just eating.
yeah, eating his little crumbs.
He's like, alright, G.
He goes, you are quite small and quiet, aren't you?
He just kind of like looks up at him and nods.
He goes, are you capable of, is there any stealth behind what you do?
And he kind of is like, tilts his head and he's like, I can be sneaky.
He looks at Android and he says, what if perhaps we, ask Agaragis here What if perhaps you spy on Kara Shin?
Espionage.
It might tell us something.
Android kind of looks at you and Agaricus, and he's like, "Well, are you up for it?"
He just shakes his head. He kind of doesn't care what he's doing. He doesn't feel like it's good or bad. He's just like, okay,
Yeah, sure, whatever you need.
I gotcha.
Well, guess we let the mushroom handle that. Where do we start with that? He kind of like raises an eyebrow.
Says, well, we're already in the Forbidden Palace. He goes, so...
Just let the little thing start nosing around.
Says, just follow the direction Kara Shin went. He points in the direction he stormed out, and he says, start there, and, he goes, because nobody but anybody just goes in that.
Ah, I see. Well, Android looks down at Agaricus, and he's like, "Well, little mushroom, go wander."
He just kind of tilts his head up and he's like, okay, and waddles to the door.
And he's like, "And when you come back, try to give me a detailed description of what happened, would you?"
He nods his head.
Yeah, for real. Sunken in head with a loading screen. Yeah, for real. And he's like, "Alright. Do good work." He just gives you a little thumbs up, kinda awkwardly.
That's like one of the only emotes that like Agaricus really knows is a thumbs up. So he just does it back. And I guess he proceeds through the door.
Yeah. We'll get to that in a minute.
What about right now?
You can hold on. Agaricus, I'm going to concede. I'm talking to you as the player.
Who?
You. I'm going to draw a line in the sand. This is called the DM line.
Oh no. That's never a good sound.
Yeah. We're going to try and remember exactly who runs the show. No, seriously.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa! Simmer down there,
You just crashed the wagon.
bro.
Girl.
But seriously, what was I gonna even say now? Oh, freaking, and so am I to understand, Zoltan, that you and, Chumi leave as well?
You getting sticky, or you coming with us?
Oh.
That gave him loading screen brain too.
He goes, that moment when you don't want to come across as a total perv in a D&D game.
Well, I guess I told Chumi to go back to my room, and then we'll talk about stuff later, and then we go with y'all.
She's like, oh. She goes, okay, where is your room? She goes, oh, the one we went to?
Like,
Yeah.
that's you useless.
She goes, oh, okay. all right. And she, you know, kind of tiptoes, like kind of gracefully, you know, like, you know, that walk that girls sometimes do when they're on the balls of their feet. You know what I'm saying? Where their heels never touch the ground. They just look like so graceful. It's the most graceful thing. Like the most graceful walk that God ever gave a human being. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it really is, right? Like, you know,
did your wife walk in the room? Like, what the fuck?
No, I'm just saying, like, it is the most like graceful thing, isn't it? Like where they just walk on the balls of their feet and their heels never touch the ground and they just look like they're just barely tiptoeing. You know what I'm saying? They're just
Little fairy walking.
Yeah, like it's the most graceful. Like she does that just, you know, away. I mean, it's such an amazing thing because if I were to do that, it would hurt. I have way too much upper weight to do such a thing.
Android turns
And it would just look completely ridiculous.
Android turns to Zoltan and he's like, I'm serious, you don't let her die on the way back. She's merchandise now. I paid good money for her.
Oh my goodness.
We're gonna put her to work when we return. She's gonna be a ninja. It'll be okay. She's gonna be way cool. That's the spirit. He just slaps you on the back.
Expected nothing less from
Oh, this is funny. It tickles me in such ways. Yeah, so that all happens and yeah, so now Laudi's just like, oh, he's coming with us? Okay. He's like, well then let's go and speak with Mazaru. And with that, we jump to Uquil. Uquil. That was quite a spectacle you put on. You know what I mean? As you walk back to the barracks of the Honored Chosen, right? Nobody says a whole lot. You know? Some of them even kind of act like you could get struck by lightning at any second. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of taboo, you know? And you sense everybody's unease as everybody walks back in and quietly everyone goes to their respected bunks in their, I don't want to say their rooms, but just in their area, as it were, you know? And I think of it as like cubbies, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Zenye actually approaches you as you're sitting in your little area. And she just kind of stares at you for a moment. She says, "What was that?"
Well, you know.
She says, "No, I don't." She says, "I don't know what that was. If I knew what it was, I wouldn't be bothering to ask you." So she
May or may not have a small issue with authority.
She says, "And how's that working out for you so far?"
Standard answer would be 50-50, but these days it's more like a good 60-40.
She says, "Oh, clever. How's that working out for you so far?"
Could be better, could be worse.
She kind of.
He says in all seriousness, he's like, oh. He's like, that came across as a little too pompous for even my sensibility to be able to handle. He's like, I've dealt with enough.
Enough what? Exactly. She doesn't let you just end it there. She's like, enough what exactly?
Ones that think just because they have power, they should show it off all the time.
Oh, I see. So it isn't because somebody was drawing more attention to themselves. And that was, what? Breathing your air?
In fact, yes, but no. This time, yeah, it was just, he was being a little too, like, he could have put on his little show, wouldn't have really cared. But it's one thing to do that and then just treat everyone around you like they're nothing for the sake of doing it. Like, it serves no purpose. Everybody knows who he is. We all get it. He's the Shogun. But that was a bit absurd. If you disagree, you disagree.
She says, I see. So you had a sense of injustice being wrought upon the people, and you decided to, what, champion all of us?
He kind of laughs. He's like, oh, I wouldn't go that far.
She goes, well, then what is it?
It just hurt me.
It can't be one and not the other.
Well, seriously, it just really chapped at my ass, so to speak. Didn't like it.
Says, oh my God. She's not even like, in a way, like, you notice a difference though. Like, she's not even being like, what's the word I'm looking for? She's not being the caustic persona that you've come to know. See, standoffish, blah blah blah. This seems a little different to you. What it is, you can't quite put your finger on it, but there is a subtle difference in the way she's approaching you right now. It's not insulting. Let me put it to you like this. You're used to her kind of like lowbrow, like giving you backhanded remarks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This feels different. Even though it is highly blunt what she's about to say to you, you know? She says, oh, I see. So you don't even know. You can't figure out why it irks you.
No, I kind of explained it. He's like, I don't see it. I don't see it as me being a champion. It's just, it's. If you have the ability to stand up for something, you should, shouldn't you?
She says, I don't know. You Quill? You tell me.
He's like, oh, with the riddles.
She says, honestly. She goes, I know what I would do. I did it. I followed the protocol.
Yeah.
I did what was expected of me because that is what has always happened. She said, but you, however, saw something and you reacted.
You're not wrong.
You don't know why you reacted. That's what's interesting to me. You ask me what the philosophy is of power is, but you want to know what philosophy is when you can't even understand your own feelings. And again, that feels backhanded, but she's not saying it backhandedly. You know what I mean? It's just oddly blunt. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just kind of like a it is a extreme form of honesty that you're not used to, if that makes any sense. In a weird sort of way, you would expect, if I was gonna say anything, you would expect this kind of honesty from somebody like Android, but it would only be given to you if asked. If you were to ask Android, you know what I'm saying? However, this was just freely given. You see what I'm saying? And she says it just like that. She says, "You want to know this, but you don't even understand yourself." She says,
he can cut glass with his nipples right now.
She says, "You are given to flights of fancy, aren't you?" She says, "Perhaps perhaps what bugs you about Kara shit is how similar you two are. Always have to have the attention, don't you?" And then she kind of turns around. She says, "I think I understand what Mazaru sees in you." And she, with that, she walks away. And when she walks away, here's the thing, like, even though it's your own personal cubby, it's not necessarily private. And so, just slightly off in the distance, you hear Kung Pao go, "Ooh." Yeah, you hear your Fei Zhang friend Kung Po just go, "Ooh." Do what?
That's what Yuko does. He laughs. He's like, "Son of a bitch." I'm not gonna live that one down.
Then you hear a voice you haven't heard before, but you know it can only come from the freaking werewolf. You hear just this like rough voice say, "Some of us don't care about searching our feelings. Some of us just want to go to sleep and for everyone else to shut the hell up so they can win this tournament."
Don't worry, I'll get you a Scooby steak.
You hear Kung Pao go, "Ooh," again.
Yeah, you cool. Like, it'll be okay. I'll scratch you behind the ears when I beat you. It's fine. To the werewolf.
You just hear him kind of mumble like, "Oh, I hope I get you tomorrow." Ooh, Kung Pao! Not everybody. He just rolls over, and within like a few, like almost feels like within a few seconds, suddenly you can hear him just like sleep. Like, oh god, he's gonna do that, and you realize after a few minutes, he's gonna do that all night.
It'd be like that sometimes.
And unless there's anything else, you eventually yourself begin to drift off to sleep.
Oh god, excuse me.
Why don't you Quill, roll me a listen. And do yourself a favor. Roll high.
like how you say that, like that ever fucking helped me.
like it's in your control or something.
Yeah, like
I'm
the dice don't just tell me to go fuck myself on the Reggie. But yeah,
Make
okay.
a burnt offering to the D&D gods right now.
Evidently.
God.
Yeah.
I need you to burn some frankincense and some myrrh.
I
Murder.
will go get my incense right now.
You know you believe in the heart of the cards.
That's the heart of the cards, not the heart of the dice. It's
You
different.
do it.
The heart of the cards didn't let me down. The heart of the dice have more than once.
Oh,
Like,
here we
do
go with the freaking Yu-Gi-Oh references.
You can do it.
oh.
Quill, you can't be sure what time it is. You know that it hasn't been a full rise yet because the sun has not risen yet. Who is? I'm sorry. Whose background is that's playing like that? Okay, sorry. I'm not trying to be rude. It's just that is really distracting me. But yeah. You can't be sure what time it is, right? But it hasn't been a full rise yet because the sun hasn't risen. So it's either early, by our standard, it would be either early morning or late at night. But you awaken to a blade at your throat.
Nice. That's what I always want to wake up.
Yeah. Now, maybe it's just because, and we'll say maybe it's just because, this oddly, to be honest, you and the group have been marching hard for a long time now, right? Mm-hmm. Think about the last time you really slept in a bed you felt comfortable in, like truly felt comfortable in. Mm-hmm. It has been a while, and for whatever reason you just kind of felt safe here because you're an honored person. You're one of the honored chosen. This is the barracks. Everybody wants you to be okay because you've got to perform in the morning, and it's not exactly, and it's not like you're staying in the most ritzy of places, but these are comfortable. This is a comfortable barracks, As an ex-soldier, you know what a crappy barracks can be. You know what I mean? These aren't them. This is pretty nice digs. It's warm. You're well fed. There's plenty of exercise to be had, and you've got food abundance. You see what I'm saying? It's not terrible, and the sleeping arrangements are pretty comfortable. So we can say that maybe you made the mistake of allowing yourself to ease up a little bit, You now realize that the honored chosen, your competitors, they're not really out to kill you. Oh, sure, they're kind of dicks. But you're in competition. You can appreciate competitive spirit, You just kind of made the mistake and let yourself maybe relax a little bit too much. And that's why you allowed yourself to fall into like a deeper sleep than maybe you have in a while. Mm-hmm. And that's why you didn't quite hear these people sneaking up on you until it's already too late. And that's why now you are awakening to a blade at your throat and your hands magically bound to your side in magic that you are not necessarily aware of. This feels different. You've had magic happen to you before. You know what magic is, This doesn't feel like magic from anywhere you've ever been. Mm-hmm. There's a weird presence in the air as these.
Is there a feeling in the air tonight?
Yeah, yeah, you could feel it
uh,
calling for sure. Uh, yeah, just before Mike Tyson knocks you out. Standing above you are these, and they are these women, no less. These are women, and they're all decked out in jade green armor, but it's not heavy armor. In fact, most of it, there's only little pieces of armor, maybe like some wristlets, maybe a little bit of headdress, but most of what they're wearing is leather that's dyed jade green in places, you know, because their art is stealth. Armor, as you know, is loud.
most days of the week.
And these women are standing over you, and they have a blade to your throat. And one of them whispers, "Oh, he's awake. Do we do it now?" We don't. We were given a specific mission. Carry it out. And one of them takes a needle and pokes you in your belly button.
In the belly button.
Yeah. While another one clasps your mouth shut. And she pulls it out. And the needle isn't thick, but it's not thin either. It's just thick enough. It's just thick enough. Oh, yeah, I permitted you one thing.
You let me listen and fail.
You failed. Oh, yeah, I know. I told you, do yourself a favor and roll high.
I am a warrior. I'm an Aztec warrior.
I understand, and this sometimes failure can be a hard thing to deal with.
I'm gonna so enjoy ruining your plan soon.
And they pull the needle.
Whatever little cockamamie scheme you got going on, I'm gonna fuck it all up.
They pull the needle out, and the other one pulls out a little jar, just a tiny little jar, almost like a little pill bottle, you know. And inside of it, you can just faintly make out this, what looks like a wisp or something. It is serpentine-like, only ethereal as it whips around. And it's almost like it's blinking in and out of reality. Like you'll see it in there and it'll glimmer so brightly for like the split second, and then it's like it's gone, you know? You can't even be sure if what you're seeing is real. And then it pulls it out of the jar and lets it slither inside your belly button. And then you can literally feel the hole in your belly button close and mend itself as if it was never there.
It's dangerous.
And you feel your eyes become real heavy as they close. And you wander back to sleep.
Honestly, you're the one.
And you're suddenly awoken the next day by Kung Po kind of nudging you, being like, "You Quill, get up. Get up. They're calling us to present ourselves. It's day 2 of the Jingzhu." He goes, "Jesus, man." He goes, "I didn't see you drink that much last night. Why are you sleeping in? Or he doesn't say Jesus because he doesn't know Jesus. Says, "By Cass, man, wake up." He goes, "You didn't look like you got that drunk last night. Get up." He goes, "Sleeping in." He wins one fight, this guy, and he thinks all of a sudden he's something special. And he kind of laughs. He goes, "Get ready."
Yeah, okay, sure. Equals is like feeling his stomach, like, did that really just happen? Or am I having it?
Did what just happen?
Did he get his belly button fucking ate out by a thing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you're expecting that I know what you're talking about.
I will punch you in the fucking brain.
It's like, get up, man. It's time to
I'll
go.
find you. I will kill you.
So what does Uquill do?
It's hoping it's ready since nothing happened in the fucking night.
So he is filling his stomach though and being like, oh, what the heck? You know? Right? To be sure, you know, he's not just ignoring it, right?
I don't know. Is he?
Fair enough. Good job. So you
Fucking bitch.
So you get up and get ready, and join everybody as they're standing there, and they're like, "All right, day 2 of the Jingzhou," and you can hear the crowd like cheering off. You know what I mean? And in the arena, you know, you can hear the horn. I mean, it's all, you know. And Kung Po, he's just like, all right, they're about to give they're about to pair us up today. He goes, good luck to you if you get me.
Equals just kind of gives me like a head nod. He's like, yeah, for sure. Just still kind of like tripped out, you know, like. I don't remember putting any of that good shit in my fucking tobacco the other day. What the fuck was that?
He goes, yeah.
He's so lost in thought right now. He's like,
He's looking at you all weird. He's like, dude. He's like, get your head in the game, man. Or he goes, or you're gonna get your ass kicked.
he goes, yeah. I'm back, bitches.
He goes, all right. It was good. Oh, what is with this guy? He's talking to Dodgy now. The dog man, the dog folk. He's like, I don't know, man. He goes, you can hear the arena just roaring out, you know, and it's real melodic to you, you know. As they're cheering, they're like, oh, and it ripples down into the barracks. I mean, like, you feel it dance across your skin. You know what I mean? Like, you feel real sensitive, real in tune, you know?
They gave me LSD, holy shit.
The light shining down into the barracks. You feel it's so bright and so beautiful. You know?
Yep.
It's got this like aura to it.
How much fucking LSD did they give me, dude? Like, am I gonna fucking OD or what the fuck?
I don't really. Now I don't know what you're talking about.
You got my dude over here tripping balls and you're playing dumb. I don't like this, man.
Tripping? Did I say you were tripping? I'm just describing the scenario to you.
Either that or he's on fucking X. You got this motherfucking X. Damn, I didn't know our D&D game had X.
Describing what you see.
Uh-huh.
Am I making you roll a will save or anything like that?
I'll punch you in the neck.
He goes, I'll punch you in the neck. In the words of the Joker with a revolver to his head. Now you're talking. So the sunlight has this weird aura to it, you know, like it feels like it's midday, but it's got like an early morning glow. You know that way the sun looks early in the morning when it first begins to peek through your bedroom windows on a nice summer morning, how you can just see air and you don't really know why you can see air because you shouldn't be able to. And it's just got that yellowish hue to everything. That's the feeling you're getting looking into the sun as it basks into the barracks. And the chanting of the crowd. Oh, 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 it just ripples up your skin as you can feel this. You know? And then everybody begins to get paired off. And you get Zanye, of all people. She just looks at you and she kind of smiles. And she gives you the warmest smile you think you've ever... There's something off-putting about that, in fact. Something so off-putting about this smile she gives you. Not because it seems sinister, but because it's so dang friendly. Almost flirtatious. And she says to you in a giggity voice even, she goes, "Looks like it's you and me, you Quill. You better be careful out there or I'm gonna wreck you." And she just kind of giggles and kind of does this like little tiptoe to the entranceway. And they're like, "Coming out to face each other now! Zanye of the Golden Lotus Monastery! Yay, 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 yay!" And you, Quill, of the Dragoon. And everybody's just like, and the werewolf, he just kind of pats you on the shoulder and he says, "Well, it was nice knowing you, brother." And he gives you a hug.
Yeah, Yuko just chuckles. He's like, "Oh, well, okay then, damn."
Oh. Yeah. Kung Po is just like, huh? I wanted to be the one to beat you up, but I guess it's gonna be Zanye. Because you wouldn't really hit a woman now, would you?
Yeah, Yuko laughs. He's like, "Oh, I won't take her head off."
He looks at you and goes, "Now, boy." And that, for that split moment there, his voice doesn't sound like Kung Po's. Kung Po's. It sounds different. Like, his voice changed for like that split second. And it's oddly familiar, but you can't quite place whose voice that is. So much so that you give him like a double take and he looks at you again and he says, "Oh boy, have fun." And he claps his hands almost like he's a little kid. He's like, "Hoo, hoo, 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 hoo." I will allow you to roll a listen. See if you recognize that voice at all for that split second.
Fucking just rolling the best tonight.
Oh, and we're having some. We're having some fun tonight. Oh, we're having some fun tonight, you Quill.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been real fun. I'm out. Fuck this game right in this fucking mess.
It's been real, it's been fun, but I can't say that it's been real fun.
Fucking facts.
Oh, you're having fun. You know you are.
I'm having aggravation is what I'm having.
Hey, this is what happens when you have a character that survives more than 7 sessions, but You know what I'm saying? You've played this character to a natural elevation. Is that a good way? Yes. So,
About that.
yeah. What I love about it is, never mind. So, yeah. He doesn't mean that, folks at home.
Don't try me. You better keep me away from the fucking nurseries.
This guy right now is having the time of his life.
I'll make him squeal like a pig.
So,
I'll make it feel like my Scarlet Pimpernel.
so you don't really you can't put your finger on whose voice that is, but you're just like, what the heck? Did you do that double take? You heard something twice. It's you're pretty sure Kung Po didn't say, oh boy. You're pretty sure he went, now boy. But what? But before you even have a chance to really even think it through, you're suddenly shoved, and you don't know from where. You're not even sure if you were really shoved or if you're just suddenly outside in the arena, looking across to it now at Zhang. And she doesn't have a shirt on.
Them titty balls are out there?
Yeah. She is completely topless. And she's just kind of bouncing around. She's like, are you ready to fight, you Quill? She kind of giggles again. She's like,
Definitely put drugs in my shit.
she's like, okay. And she comes over to, like, you know, to fight you. You know what I mean? Go ahead and tell me what you want to do.
So is this like the other round, or like nothing's really been told to me? Like, what am I
This is
supposed to
the
do
other
here?
round. This is the fight.
He's like, oh,
And she's just kind of bouncing around, acting like she wants to fight. But she is completely topless.
Hell yeah. Well, get out there, you Quill.
looking at them. Yeah, he's definitely gonna make sure his toughness shield's on. Very close from the last time. As long as it's not offensive, it's fair game.
Whoever put that pillow fight, you are a king.
That was Kassid.
My statement stands.
That's how you were describing the fight.
I am so glad it's coming across. So you put on your toughness shield and then what, you Quill? He goes,
He stares intently at the opposition.
yeah.
Nice.
No, that's what he does. He just readies himself. He's just like, well, I'm gonna enjoy the show as long as I can, I guess.
She goes, ha ha ha, and she, like, slaps you across the face. Bam! And it surprisingly doesn't hurt. They're just kind of like almost like you know when you bump your head suddenly and like you close your eyes and everything just kind of blinks, like your brain blinks, but it doesn't really hurt. It just feels kind of like, you know, like you're registering like this should hurt, but it doesn't. Almost like it's a memory of pain, but because it's only a memory, it doesn't really hurt.
Yeah.
What he said.
That's what happens when she does it. And she just kind of giggles. And when you open your eyes, right? You're like looking down now. And when you open your eyes, you realize you're not wearing any pants.
I know I had pants. It was 2 seconds ago.
So what do? You're like, see, I knew I had pants. So you work that out in your mind. But what do? You tell me. Ball's in your court, my friend. What is that? Who's watching something? Can I get you to turn that down? Thank you.
Alright. Yes, that's right. There was bouncy titties in front of you.
Hold on. Let me do an official announcement that we're back. So, all right, we're back.
Nice.
We're back. We had to do an intermission there. Again, folks, we have real life things.
I had to handle a motherfucker.
Yes. And yeah, so we have real life things that go on. And yeah, we're just real people, and we
Make them swallow.
We have, and we have. Why don't you just let me do this? All right. Just let me do this. So we have these things, and so from time to time we may have to take like a quick intermission to deal with some of the real life things. Tonight's session was a little bit more chaotic than normal, but that's okay because you know we play the game for the love of it.
The money.
Gotta make that money, man. Okay, so yes, you Quill.
That's fucking funny.
So returning back to the session, yes. You are fighting Zay. She seems topless. She hits you. You felt no pain, and well, she doesn't seem topless. She's topless. She hit you. You felt no pain, and when you opened up your eyes, you realized you've got no pants on, but you're pretty sure you were just wearing pants. Nothing about any of this seems right. People are talking to you differently. Their voices are changing. The lighting is all wrong. The crowd cheering is more like music. I mean, just everything seems off. So, and again, I tell you, the ball is in your court. So, what does you Quill do right now?
Makes it fucking happen.
I'm like that.
And that's it. He's done.
What do you have in the way of knowledge?
History and nature, ironically.
History,
A little bit of religion.
history and knowledge.
history, nature, and religion.
How about you roll a sense motive? Do you have sense motive at all?
Unfortunately. Well, that's the best I could ever get.
That, yeah, that'll work. That's the best you could ever get, and so I will roll with that. This isn't right.
You don't fucking say.
Well, let me clarify, right? Why is Zenye acting like? What is the way? Not so much how you think she should be acting, but like a caricature of. It's like she's a caricature of a girl, right? Right, like a cliche. Why is she being a cliche? Right? Why isn't her hits hurting? And furthermore, where did your pants go? You know you were wearing pants just now. You're positive you were wearing pants. Where did your pants go? You see what I'm saying?
Something like that.
And honestly, why does it feel like you're oddly in control? Like, you get this because you're becoming oddly aware that something is not right. You get this strange urge that if you wanted to, you could just walk right out of this arena and nobody would stop you.
Well, I'm gonna do. Is I guess this would naturally just piss them off.
This would what?
Naturally just piss him off.
Okay. Okay, who are you trying to intimidate?
Anything and everything around him.
So you just react, basically, right? You're just like, you know, what is happening?
Yeah, I see him being more like it's that point where you're aware something's not right and you kind of freak out, but it enrages you to the point where you're trying to force yourself out of it. So he's just like, what the actual fuck? Where are my pants? Why are your titties out? What the fuck is this?
Okay. And you're saying this to just everybody and anybody, right? Like you're just like did you say that to her? Like, give me a little bit of context.
Again, it's
I'm
more
not
of like
trying to act stupid. I just need, you know.
No,
what I'm saying?
it's quite literally just like he's not saying it like I said per se to anybody. It's like in order to try to figure it out, he's just pissed off and he's like, you know how you're like talk yourself down, right? Mm-hmm. So you like address the obvious, but it's like that's not it. You know what I mean? It's like 2 and 2 is 4, stupid. Why don't you understand this? Because I'm fucking dumb. That's why. That type of thing. You know, like it's to nobody but himself. But he's just like he's trying to work it out, and it's again he's lacking his filters. He's just like, all right. One of these does not belong here. What is it?
So as you're just yelling this, you know, you watch as Zhang Ye's like facial expression changes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it almost becomes like a blank expression. Like it goes from smiling to just as she begins to like step away from you, right? And you're in such a I want to say a manic state, right? Because you're just pissed, you know? You're just like, what the, you know, what is this? What is that? You know, ugh, that like you're just,
what are those?
Yeah, you're just yelling around, you know? And you like turn, and the entrance to the barracks, that is gone completely. It's almost like you find yourself in a completely different scenario, like a merging of scenarios. And I'm using that expression not as a DM, but like I'm not using that expression in meta. Let me put it to you like that, right?
Yeah.
This is very precise wording that I'm using here, okay? It's like a merging of scenarios as the entrance and that chunk of the arena is now gone. And you're now like staring at a place that it's completely recognizable. It's not unknown to you. You're no longer looking at the arena in Pangshun. You're now staring at a building. And for a moment there, it seems fuzzy. Because it's almost like you have to search the very corners of your mind to understand what it is you're looking at when you're staring at this building. The architecture isn't even that of this continent. The architecture would be foreign here. And yet it is familiar to you. It is very gothic and dark, with a still Eastern regale to it. And you realize this is your home. Not your home anymore. More like it was your home.
On a time in a land far, far away.
And you're standing there, and the person's you see a person come through the door, and they are odd because they're not a person that you recognize immediately. They have aspects of somebody you should know, like a mergence, as it were, like a combined aspect of familiarity. It is a man who his voice once again is extremely familiar to you, but he has a regality of him that is like a type of reserve, almost like he doesn't belong, with a type of gruffness that is all too familiar, a warrior-like presence. And yet there's a compassion in his eyes that feels all too familiar as well. But it shouldn't be there. Not here. and it's just a soup. What you're looking at is this person is just a soup. As they begin to talk to you, and they're like, come on, you Quill. Come in already before you get sick. Get out of the rain. And you realize it's raining.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to give you some tools here to begin investigating, right?
I know the scenario you're pointing out. I said, I think I'm putting down the scenario, or getting what you're putting down scenario-wise. How to react to it is what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, that's why I feel like to do you a justice in this, right? Because I can't just be like, what do you do now? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To help you spot, sense motive, and listen are probably going to be your best tools to use. You know what I mean? And you are always welcome to just attack. You know what I mean? That is always a thing that you can do. You know, you can just roll an attack. And you can use intimidate as well. Because thinking about it, intimidation, that's just you with your emotions, right?
Yeah.
So you roll a spot. What is it you're trying to spot exactly, though? When each time you go for one of these rolls, kind of break down for me what it is you're actually trying to accomplish with something. You know what I mean?
You said the man, person, whatever. Like, I don't see them.
You recognize them without recognizing. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? Like they're like a soup.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's trying to figure out, like, trying to get his eyes to, like, focus on what he wants it to see. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, what is the familiarity? Right.
Yeah, like, why do I know this? Like, who are you, and why does this feel like I should know?
As you begin to focus on them, what is the aspect of them you would like to focus upon? Would it be the design, the compassion, we won't say the voice because you're not really listening, spotting. Yeah. So, is it the look, the physique? You know what I mean? Like, point something out about overall, this person.
The overall, like, look of them, like, you know,
they
build what
they feel like they're a mixture, at least aesthetic wise. Okay, we'll go with that. That'll work. As you focus on them and try to, like, make sense of this, right? Because when I say they're a soup, I don't necessarily mean that, like, they're just like this blob, right? Like,
yeah, you just can't make it out.
Yeah, like, he just can't figure out who this person is. Like, he should recognize them, but he can't, right? Because they're a soup. And the reason for that is because they are, as you begin to reason this out, it's because they're like a mixture. Something is definitely not right here. And the longer this goes on, the more you're developing this sense in your head. They are a mixture of a person you should know. Because they're not just one person. They're an amalgamation of people you know or remember. And because you're trying to remember them, you're only being able to remember aspects of them. Those aspects that you remember most. right? Go ahead and roll a spot for me one more time. Oddly enough, the one thing you pick up out of them the most, strangely enough, is your uncle. You don't know why, but as they're ushering you in, something about the mannerisms, something about the way that they are, you know, could be the fact that they even care that you're in the rain or something. Although, your uncle, you don't remember being entirely compassionate per se, but you do remember that when your father passed, your uncle kind of took over duties of rearing you, you know, shaping you. And he would, he had a way of, being, maybe, and you don't know why, but you always kind of thought, well, maybe it's because he's, overcorrecting, because, you know, he's, it's a sense of duty, you know? Your father's gone, now it's my duty to make sure you grow, you know, in his name. But this is definitely something your uncle would concern himself with more than maybe, say, your father, who would have been like, a brave man loves to feel nature on his face, you know what I mean? While your uncle's like, get in out of the rain or you'll catch a cold and possibly fall ill and pass. And I can't have that type of thing, you know? So yeah. You kind of, you know what I mean? And something about this just really reminds you of your uncle and the way he would have done things a little bit. Although it's not quite your uncle, is it? Here's the thing, it's not quite uncle. It's just familiar. And you can't quite understand why it's so familiar. You know, your uncle, whose name, by the way, was Rancor. Let's get that out of the way, right? Mm-hmm. Your uncle Rancor, and it's the second you're reminded of him that you're suddenly not in the rain anymore. You're not even outside anymore. Now you're just kind of in this weird place. It's like, again, it's an amalgamation. It's like, okay, this is the forgotten city in Pangshun, right? Mm-hmm. Because there's the mountains over there. Here's the festival, but why are there buildings from Andes Dulai here? There'd be no buildings from Andes Dulai here, would there? Why am I even out in the street? You know, you're trying to work this out in your head, and it feels like every time you come to some kind of conclusion, it's almost like the scenario changes on you. Like your brain is moving you forward. Or maybe your brain isn't moving you forward. Maybe your brain is working to confuse you. What could it be, do you think? Again, you have spot, listen, sense motive. You can always roll an attack. You can always roll intimidation. You know what I mean? This is definitely skill-based. Or you're welcome to go through your skills and kind of work it out in your own mind and say to yourself, well, would this work? Do you think? You know what I mean? because I don't know what all your skills are. Like that, you're, I look at your guys' character sheets from time to time, kind of familiarize myself with them, but I mean, let's face it, I'm not going to remember what everything you guys are proficient in. I mean, I'm just not. I wish I could. If I were a better man, maybe. But you're always welcome to try something too. Like, I'm just giving you what I know you could do, but you're allowed to play as much D&D as you like, you Quill. Do you still know what I'm doing here, though? Do you still got an idea of what's happening?
Vaguely. That doesn't really help my cause any. But again, if you're doing what for the sake of not confusing meta and non-meta things, the meta side of me has a strong inclination of what you're doing. With that knowledge, there was very little I could do fucking anyways about it. So I'm not really concerning myself with it.
It depends on what it is. There is a specific thing that I'm thinking of, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's the only thing that can happen, right? Because it's D&D. If I come up with a plan, you guys are more than likely always going to think of something else, and I'm going to be like, oh, Jesus, I didn't even think of that.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like, it's one of those, like, I'm trying to figure out what you've done, and my brain's just drawing blanks because, unfortunately, but I do have an idea because it's honestly what he would do. So I'm gonna roll with it, and it's probably gonna end badly for me. But hey,
rock and roll. Now you're talking.
So I have I have these fun little items I picked up a while back. Been saving them for rainy days, and this is pretty fucking rainy. Wink, wink, smiley face. Wink, wink, smiley face. So you closely's like, you know what? I don't like this. This is pissing me off. Nothing about this is right. Reaches into his little handy dandy bag and pulls out a thunderstone and just fucking says, fuck it. Throws it at his own feet. he's just gonna fucking try to rupture his brain. When in doubt, he's like, you know how I wake up from dreams? Pain. Ha!
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So that's what he says. Does he say that? This is how I wake up from dreams, and throws down a thunderstone?
Yeah, basically.
Just out of curiosity, in Uquill's mind, would he? I guess he would think of the thunderstone exaggerated, wouldn't he?
I mean, kind of like in his mind, it's just like, I mean, outside of like actually like hurting himself, he's just like, something ain't right. He's like, I need something to fuck with my senses, and like I'm looking through all my shit, and the only other things I have are like way more detrimental than this.
So it's
so
just
in my mind,
it's a thunderstone just in, and he just throws it down because he's in this situation. And okay.
Yeah, he's just like, you know, shocked to the senses, right? That's bound to work.
Yeah. Boom. You throw down this thunderstone, and it causes this loud thunderclap at your feet. Right? You know typically what a thunderstone does. Right?
Yep.
And yet somehow it sends you flying through the air. Thunder, you know. But I'm not saying like you got blown up or something and thrown back. I mean, when I say it throws you up, you shoot straight up in the air. just, and you begin to just go up, 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 until
I hit up and away.
mhm, until you're up in what feels like the hemisphere, like you're up with the clouds, and they look like how you always imagined they would look up this high. This is probably the highest you've ever been in the sky. You know this for a fact. And you've flown on the back of Solar. It's not like you haven't flown places. You were on that airship. You know what I'm saying? When you guys got attacked by the mechanical dragon. I mean, you've been in the sky pretty high before. And yet this feels extremely exaggerated. This feels above and beyond how far you've ever gone. And then you begin to come down. And you begin to just barrel back down to the ground, just at high speeds, and you realize, oh, I got nothing. Oh, I'm in danger, haha. Like you've got nothing to break your fall. Like you're just coming, just full bore towards the ground, just and for whatever reason, which is completely out of character for you, Quill, but mind you, this just happens. It's just a natural reflex. You panic. Because there is no way you can survive a fall at this height, at this speed, with nothing to break that fall. It is a natural it's your body's natural senses at work, right? It's like the same reason why you can't, you have to have extreme focus to be able to like punch yourself right in the face and make it convincing. You know what I'm saying? Because the body doesn't naturally want to hurt itself. It's why you can't hold your breath till you pass out. Your body will force you to breathe, right? It takes a lot of it would take a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Willpower to be able to hold your breath until you faint. Your body is naturally protective of itself. Survival naturally kicks in. For whatever reason, as you come shooting towards the ground now, back to the planet of Loxos, just towards the ground, your body naturally panics, and the shock of it causes you to just, your eyes to just dart wide open, and you breathe as you sit up in your bed in the cubby, just and you were dreaming the whole time. You were trapped in this dream that somehow you forced yourself out of.
Yay! We're not getting Freddy Krueger tonight, kids. No Freddy Krueger for you.
And it's early morning, and you're looking around, and everybody's still asleep. Just you can still hear Kung Po. What do? You are completely covered in sweat too. This was pretty intense. You do not feel well rested at all. Search. What are you searching?
His body. Like he's mad tripping. He's like, all right, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah. You begin like searching around on your body. You feel your belly button to see, do I have a hole in my gut? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Well, let's be real. That's the first thing you begin to search, right? Your belly button, right? It doesn't feel punctured. I mean, it's a hole in your stomach, right? But it's a belly button. It feels like a belly button, right? And you begin to search the rest of you to see if anything else, and everything feels in order. Nothing feels out of place.
Hashtag I don't want to play this game anymore.
Yeah, I forgot to tell you, but I quit.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, by the way, this is my last freaking session.
Yeah, I've had enough of your bullshit.
Freaking jerkwad. Oh, if you've had enough of my BS, you might actually want to quit.
Yeah.
It's only uphill from here, buddy. No, the expression's downhill. No, my dad always used to say everything's uphill from here. Well, your dad was a fucking idiot.
Most days they can do what? Anyways.
It's from that movie with Robert Downey Jr. and Zach Galifianakis, and Zach Galifianakis goes, it's like my dad always used to say, it's all uphill from here, and Robert Downey Jr. goes, no, the expressions it's all downhill from here to indicate it's all easy. And he goes, well, no, why would we worry about it being downhill if it's easy? My dad always used to say it's all uphill from here to talk about the journey. And he goes, well, your dad was a freaking idiot.
Right. Let's see.
Hashtag, when you make the one character who... when you make the character who punches things, when you put him in these situations.
Hey.
When he has big muscles, you aim for his brain.
Kill the head, the body will die. It all serves a purpose. It all serves a purpose. So what would you, Quill, like to do? He's awake. It's early morning. Sun is up. He's chilling.
I'd like to cast punch the DM in the face.
You know, I understand that, because I'd like to cast Punch DM in the face sometimes, too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you know, but just got done explaining how the body has a natural survival mechanism, and for whatever reason, it just doesn't work for me.
I'm going to need you to try harder. I believe in you.
Nice.
You like that? That's a good one.
Yeah, that tickles me. I am quite tickled by that. I'm in danger.
Exactly. You. Well.
Indeed. I mean, you're allowed to do whatever you want to do. Like, you know. I'm not shining you on. I'm just saying the scenario you're in now. You just woke up from a nightmare.
I could honest to God see him do this because he has no answer. Honestly, he pulls out the Pantheon.
Okay.
He's just so lost right now that I could see that being his course of action. Yes. He's like, right, this will have an answer, right?
Interesting. Like, I need answers.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I don't like this. I need answers.
It's interesting because it's like he's it's like when somebody runs out of like answers in life, and so they kind of like look to religion. You know what I'm saying? Like it's an interesting. Think about it, right? It's an interesting aspect, right? Wow. Now you've caught me off guard. Suck it, DM. Suck it.
I try to shit on your parade whenever I get a chance.
Yeah. You want to dance with me? We'll dance.
What does he say? It'll be a slow jam.
And it will be a slow jam.
Slow jam.
What's he say? We will dance the dance of the snake and the mongoose, and it will be a slow jam.
A slow jam.
Let's see. A pantheon. Huh? Is there? Why?
You said dance for me, puppet. I said dance for me, puppet.
Why not? Why not? I mean, I wouldn't say. Okay, so I don't know what kind of answers this will give you, right? You just woke up from a nightmare. And, let's talk about Uquill's feelings a little bit.
What are those?
Oh yeah, because we're gonna dance. You wanted to dance. We're gonna dance now. Oh, let's dance. It was a nightmare, wasn't it? And in that nightmare, you dealt with a few things, right? You dealt with a weird caricature of Xenie, right? Like, we're not going to go as far as to saying the way you wish Xenie it was, you know what I'm saying? It's, or is, like, you don't... Let me put it to you like this. I don't see Uquill really appreciating a woman like Xenie, how Xenie is, suddenly becoming like this preppy little, you know what I'm saying, valley girl type. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not saying that there isn't women out there like that he does appreciate. It's just she's feminine in a different way. You know what I'm saying? And you appreciate her for that. But yet she became this like cliche of women like Uquill has known, you know? And it was almost like embarrassing in a sense because you pictured what you imagine her being naked looks like, you know? And while this is happening, suddenly you're without your pants. And it's like, you know, we've all had the I went to school with no shirt on, or went to school with no pants on, or I went to school naked, or I'm in a public place. You know what I'm saying? We've all had that dream before, right? But it took a odd turn when it brought you home. When it took you back to where you're from. So let's talk about Quill's emotions for a minute then. Who or what is that person? You know? Why would a nightmare, especially after you just got done talking to Zenye about understanding yourself a little bit better and understanding why you do what you do, why you're compelled to do what you do, why in a nightmare does it take you there, to this place of all things, you know? Why is there this strange duality, you Quill? You know? What is this mystery? And the only answer the Pantheon can give you is Chapter 5. And Chapter 5 is called The Tragedy of Valkar and Sirith. You recognize the name Valkar for sure. Valkar is one of the gods of your land. He is the dual-natured god, the god of chaos and order. And the reason why he's known as the dual-natured god is because he's the god that your father worshiped, right? He is normally a god of warriors, right? Because he's seen as a strong warrior. But the reason why he's dual-natured is because he's known to give and take away. He's known to build up, and in the same breath of that he just built up, to destroy automatically. You know? He's known as a god of pain. You know? And this chapter speaks of the tragedy of Valkar and Sirith. You kind of remember me explaining that about Valkar a while back, don't you? Kind of how he was a god that your father worshipped, you know? He was like, this is the secret to power. Valkar grants me that power, but you must be careful because Valkar is the dual god, you know? He's known for aiding those who are faithful to him while aiding those who oppose the, you know what I'm saying? Like, and the fact that both in the country of Bukhari, both the tieflings and the Asimir worship him just shows his dual nature, right? It's why they're locked in eternal combat, because he aids both of them. You know what I mean? Or so they believe, correct? So in this chapter 5, the tragedy of Valkar and Sirith, you recognize the name Valkar. Again, we're just to reiterate that, the dual god. Chapter 1 speaks of Valkar and Sirith. During the Age of Light and Darkness, which is one of the Lost Ages. Another term for the Lost Ages, the era that age took place in, that is the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, the third age of the AC era after creation, or, you know, AC, right? Age of Light and Darkness, AC. Just to be more precise with you, so you have an idea of, this is one of the lost ages, right? One of the ages that there's not a lot of information about. There once was a Asimir by the name of Valkar who fell hopelessly in love with the daughter of Pelor, Cirith. Valkar and Cirith, in chapter 1, it speaks of how pure their love was, how much they devoted to each other. And in the Age of Light and Darkness, there was a mighty war that waged between Pelor and his brother Zaris. It was a war that was to determine who was going to take it all. You know? Through their love, they bore themselves a son. And Cirith named him Hieronius. And Hieronius' name is a very specific name. His name, if you look at his name, it says Hair, as in he is the heir of Valkar. Hair, one, us. He is Hair, one of us. Hieronius, son of Valkar and Cirith, a brave warrior, Aesimer, who fought on the side of his grandfather, Pelor. A demigod of a sorts. Valkar, however, was given to fancies, and he was seduced by a woman named Sularain. Sularain just happened to be the daughter of Zaris. Sularain saw Valkar, saw his might, and saw how much she wanted him, how desirable he was, and he looked upon her and saw how desirable she was. Because while Cirith represented love, joy, beauty, elegance, grace, Sularain represented that dark, forbidden, sexy fruit. You know what I'm saying? So in chapter 3, Valkar took Sularain and had an affair with her. Right? But he was caught. So in chapter 4, he is condemned by Pelor for his treachery. And this turned him very dark indeed, because he gave in to his dark nature. And Zaris, however, Sularain's father, the brother of Pelor, took him in and turned him into this dark warrior. And soon Valkar would marry Sularain. And together, they would bear an heir as well. Chapter 5 talks of their son. Their son being Hextor, son of Sularain. His name has a very specific meaning as well. Hextor. He is the product of a hex put on by his father, son of a whore. Hextor. And the battle of light and darkness would take a turn, with such powerful beings like Valkar, mighty enough, a Aesimer of pure nature turned dark, a fallen celestial, as it were. Sorry, my dog is having a nightmare and he's kind of whining, and whenever he does that, whenever he has a nightmare, I wake him up so he doesn't suffer from it real fast, and I love on him. It's okay, boy. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, go lay down. Go lay down. It's just a bad dream. Anyways, but yeah, as far as history knows, Valkar is the only Aesimer born of celestial blood to ever fall in such a way. And because of that, he was extremely powerful in the War of the Age of Light and Darkness. The War of Light and Darkness. Chapter 6 talks about Sirith in her mercy and her love for Valkar so much. She slayed Valkar. And then chapter 7 talks about an ascension that took place of Sirith. She ascended through means that nobody's really sure. It doesn't describe how. It just says to this very day, Sirith has ascended to godhood. And chapter 8 says the same thing. Sularain would ascend to godhood as well, but she never ascended. It says very specifically in chapter 8, while Sirith may have ascended, Sularain descended. And that as a product of this whole thing, now an eternal struggle, even to this day, wages on in chapter 9, the final chapter, between one Hextor and one Hieronius, bastard sons of Valkar. And the lesson to be learned here from that, in chapter 9, how I guess, how do I word this? I'm really paraphrasing, right? I will put this better in the lore section of our Discord, because I'll go back through and really write this out with more detail. But the idea that it is presenting here to you is that we are all capable, every great warrior, one such as Valkar even, can be corrupted by desire. And how good intention can sometimes be one's own downfall if they don't understand themselves correctly. Valkar, in the end, is the progenitor of a war that wages on between his own children, even to this very day. And that's the way the Pantheon words it, right? It doesn't say, it doesn't give you timelines per se. It doesn't give you exact dates. It just says, and now Hextor and Hieronius war with each other to be the son, right? That son to this very day. The children of duality. And in a weird sort of way, it explains your homeland. I'm not going to say how, because that's not up to me. But Valkar is a god of your homeland. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So it's really up to you how you want to take it. But I don't know if you're understanding what it is I'm laying down, but it's not really... there is no right or wrong answer. It's just lore. But if we've talked about your homeland and what goes on there a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now you understand one of their major gods. So I guess the question is now, what does Uquill think? He looks to the Pantheon like, what the heck? What does he do? Yeah, what does he do? Yeah.
Yay, how to make it more convoluted.
Well, buddy, I could just tell you what I think he should think.
I mean, as your favorite saying goes, you're allowed to play as much D&D as you want.
Yeah, I guess if I could nudge you in the right direction, it's a good thing that there's a wise shaman who happens to have an interest in you right now, huh? Yeah. You also have a very intelligent monk who seems to have an interest in you right now as well, and people who, but then I would be saying, oh, but then that's going to require you, Quill, to open up to people, isn't it?
Not his strong suit.
How to make things uncomfortable for the teammate who likes to just punch it away. Yeah. God, I love D&D.
Remember, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, I can always still cast punch. This maybe not be effective. It may Pokemon the fuck out of me.
Punches yourself in the face.
It is super effective. So, the one question I do have though, just to move this along, does this help to did this serve any purpose for you?
You gave me a headache.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this: did you wake up with a broken leg and then break a finger and forget that you had a broken leg?
Something like that.
All right. So what does he do now?
He wanks off.
He wakes up.
Oh, you guys let me ponder on that.
All right. We'll come back to you then. We'll give you some time. Okay? Even if it's not necessarily this session, we're gonna give you some time, you know. I can understand if it takes a week. You know, that was pretty heavy. That was heavy. And you're in the next day of the Jing Zoo. So for you are. Cassie, don't tell me you fell asleep.
She's here.
Ah, beautiful. That one has narcolepsy. I have to say it. that one I have been talking to, and I'm pretty sure they have fallen asleep while I'm talking sometimes. And I'm like, and you're out, aren't you? No, I get it. We burn the midnight oils. And somehow I forgot that I was even tired like I was earlier. Yeah, I was tired and now I feel kind of awake.
We caught a second win, ladies and gentlemen.
The power of D&D, folks.
Hell yeah.
Kassid, we're gonna backtrack in time a little. While you, Quill, may be awake now for the second day of the Jing Zoo, we are still with you at the night of the banquet. You know? Shoot. Sorry. Shoot. I forgot to change something on this dang old thing. I keep doing that. Oh well. Folks, ladies and gentlemen at home, I forgot to change our screen to the Pang Shun themed screen, so you'll have to forgive me because it's going to be coming in late in the game. I did say I was tired tonight, and that's just what happens sometimes when that happens. But here it is, pretty. Our static image now, ladies and gentlemen, is more to in style with the continent they're on. So Agaragis, you begin to go in the direction you were pointed in to follow Ka Ra Shin, the Shogun, because you agreed, for good or ill, to spy on him. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Ka Ra Shin, you, so tell me, take me through the day in the life of Agaragis as they prepare for such a stealth mission. What would Agaragis like to do? How would Agaragis like to begin this?
I don't think Agaricus knows. I mean, he was just gonna follow him, like, or, well, I guess he's been gone for a little bit now, but whenever, he's just gonna go right through the door. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan, Agaragis.
The best one.
Yeah. I like it. I like it a lot. You walk through the door and you're instantly attacked. No,
Oh, come on.
they're like, you don't belong here. No. Although
He says, no, you.
that would be hilarious.
I would be sad.
Because I'd rather draw this out. And if you're gonna get attacked, I'd rather be more because you did something just completely asinine as opposed to just walking through a door.
I hope.
Yeah, me too. I hope I wouldn't be that kind of DM.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, I know. I mean, jeez. You guys act like I like to torture you for fun or something.
Crickets.
So yeah, I'm glad nobody disagreed with that.
Oh, I'm sorry, you were talking?
Yeah. Yeah. You go through the door, right, that you saw him go through, and it takes you into this grand hallway, right? It is completely fancy. And this hallway isn't like your typical hallway in the sense where you're not just standing in a hallway where there's just rows of unopened doors and you just pick a door and maybe they're in there, you know what I'm saying? This hallway is more like an open floor plan in the sense where any doorway you're gonna go into is going to be like one of those sliding doors that's made out of the square,
Like the Japanese doors?
yeah, you know what I'm saying, like they're just like squares with the paper, the rice paper, you know, and
Yeah.
they just slide off to the side. But here's the thing, the walls are made out of that same structure as well, like and the rooms are well lit enough that you can see the silhouettes of different people per se in there. Now, fortunately, while the rooms may be well lit, the hallway isn't necessarily. Meaning, if you move correctly, you may be able to go unnoticed.
Okay.
But how you're going to do that is solely up to you. You're going to have to tell me what you would like to try. Because you're allowed to play as much D&D as you like.
I'm gonna try the more stealthy approach, but we'll see.
Okay, how would you like to try this stealthy approach?
I guess tiptoe.
Okay, so so would you like to roll a move silently?
Please.
All right, go ahead and roll a move silent. I like that. Tiptoe? Well, yes, but there has to be a roll involved in what you want to do.
A roll to let me go, please. Instead of move silently.
Yeah, that would be if you're gonna tiptoe or stealth around. If you're gonna move quietly, it's always a move silent. Remember that. If you want to move quietly, you've got to roll move silently. That rhymes.
It does.
It does.
Does it?
I did it. You know, it does a little bit. All right. If you say it just right enough, you can make anything rhyme. Just about.
Slant rhymes.
I mean, look at Bone Thugs and Harmony. They rhyme Uncle Charles and y'all. Okay. Ooh.
And I miss my Uncle Charles, yo.
Yeah, exactly. Like when you say it like that, it rhymes, right? Ooh, a 14. Ooh.
That's pretty good.
That's. I'm glad you think so. All right, so.
Oh, humble DM.
Oh, humble DM. Oh, gracious DM. It's not humility that makes me kill you. It's no.
Oh.
All right, so you begin to move silently. Okay?
Aha.
All right, so aha. So you begin moving down the hallway. I shouldn't be looking at this right now. I don't know why I'm looking at this. It's just distracting me. I'm gonna have to leave the Discord, or not leave the Discord, but change windows. I just can't. I can't do that. So you begin moving down the hallway, trying to be as quietly as you can. You tiptoe, as you put it. You know, picture a Garrigus, all 4'1" of them, tiptoeing. I need everybody to get this image in their mind right now. As Garrigus begins to tiptoe, you know. You can, like I said, you can make out the silhouettes of things going on in these different rooms. Some of these people look like they're meditating and maybe praying to whatever god they wish. Some are involved in extracurricular activities and whatnot. But you are moving quietly enough, and nobody seems to be paying that much attention to you. You know, or paying enough of attention beyond what they're doing that they would notice you, right?
Mm-hmm.
The problem arises that as you're moving silently, you're not really thinking about what your hands are doing.
Well, no, because I'm moving my feet.
Well, yeah, but moving, you know, but 14 is not the greatest number. For such a situation as this. I mean...
Lower the bar.
Lower the bar in your mind, please. I appreciate your opinion, and as you're doing this, you're not paying attention to what your hands are doing, and so at one point you're kind of just moving quietly, and because you're doing your best to try and stay out of the center of the hallway, to stay out of the light as much as possible, right? You don't think about the fact that these walls are basically just wood and paper. And at one point in time, you put your hand out to kind of support yourself, like as one does, you know, in a solid stone-made hallway. One might do that for a minute. Especially since, because you can make out the silhouettes of everybody, you notice that there is some shifting in one of the rooms. It's not necessarily because they see you, they're just moving around kind of erratically. Like, if you move wrong, they may notice you. Because you can kind of tell, you can't tell if their back is to you or if they're facing your direction. That's the one thing about their silhouette you cannot tell. And because you cannot tell that, you stop dead in your tracks. And because you stop, you put your hand out to just kind of support you, and you put your hand through one of the pieces of paper, just right through it. Because it's not a stone wall. And that makes enough of a ruckus that the person who's in that room just kind of goes, huh? What? And then you stay still just long enough, crouch down, and they're like, must have been the wind. No.
I was just about to say, for real.
No, they're just like, huh? And they're like, huh? And they stop for a minute, and you hear a woman go, you hear two distinct voices.
I took an arrow to the knee.
And one of them goes, you hear the woman go, what is that? And the man goes, I don't know. It looks like it's a hand, but God, it's ugly. What is that? And the woman goes, go see what it is. And he goes, I don't want to touch it. They're debating on inspecting your hand right now. What would you like to do, Agargus? How would you like to react?
Can I hold still until I hear one of them getting closer?
Yes. And again, you can see their silhouettes. You know what I mean? So, if one of them does move towards your hand, you will be able to distinctly see that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
For sure. But you just wanna stay still, right? Just keep your hand there and remain still while they debate on if he's gonna go check this out. Right?
Right.
Yeah, so they begin. She's like, well, we can't just leave it there. He's like, I don't see why not. He goes, it's not moving. And she says, that's because maybe it knows we know it's here. He goes, perhaps. Or perhaps the walls are just growing a weird growth. Or perhaps it's a piece of furniture somebody left outside. Or an ugly work of art, and it just accidentally fell through the wall. Who knows what it is?
Agaricus thinks to himself he doesn't know why everyone thinks he's ugly.
Fair enough. Fair enough,
He's
Agaricus.
like, oh my god, everyone thinks I'm a freak.
You're like, what's wrong with me? That's because you are. No. Look, you're playing in a very xenophobic campaign, okay? People are just dicks.
I know, I'm playing with a bunch of racists. It's okay.
You're fine just the way you are. You don't let these people drag you down.
It's okay. He was born this way.
Mm-hmm.
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 It should have been thrown off the side of the cliff.
Yeah. You're lucky you weren't born in Spartan society.
I was singing Lady Gaga, thank you.
Yeah, I know what you were singing, but we had to change it to something good.
Oof.
The 300. The 300. I mean, the 300. Not throwing babies off of a cliff. Well, okay. I guess there's no real way to. Anyway,
Why is that
so
bad?
your hand is stuck in the wall, and so while your hand is stuck in there, they're like slowly debating this, and he's just like, well, I don't know why we can't. They're gonna have to roll. Give me half a second here. I've got to roll something. We'll say. Oh, you lucky person. The odds were not. What is that? Okay, stop
That's
it.
what I thought. Okay, but it was on my YouTube. It was the literal ad I just got.
I don't care. What is that? That's
I think
a
we all
normal
know.
thing? That's normal?
It seems incredible, but it's the most normal thing in Japan.
That is the most normal thing in Japan.
So it says.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but yeah.
I mean-
Isn't it like a little bit too deep? I mean, that's real excessive, right? Like, you could cut that thing into like a quarter of its size, and that would be perfect. Anyways, I mean, not for.
You're thinking of like it work.
I'm not talking for us. I'm talking about just
Well,
in
I
Japan
know.
in general, you know.
Oh,
But
I see what you're saying. My
yeah,
brain
you see
was
what I'm
not
laying down
comprehending.
there? You see
Now
what
I
I'm laying
do.
down? Yeah. But we're not gonna get into it.
Yeah, I was gonna say anyways.
So in so you lucked out on this roll, by the way.
I know.
I want you to know, you really did, because the odds were in her favor, and somehow you beat those odds. So you begin. They're arguing about this, and she's like, "No, go check it out." And he's like, "I don't want to." She's like, "But somebody's got to." And he goes, "There's nothing that says that anything about this is unnecessary. You know, like, I'm sure once we get done and go to sleep, it'll be gone in the morning. Whoever it is it's probably just a statue somebody left outside our room that accidentally fell through the wall, and whoever left it there will come and get it in the morning, and it'll be fine."
The audacity.
And
If this was real life.
and she goes, "And what if it's not a statue? What if it's something actually dangerous?" And he goes, "Well, let me put it to you like this. If that is something else that has a hand that looks like that, is that really something we want to involve ourselves in? Honestly." He goes, "We don't know what even touching a hand that looks like that could do to us. That could give us something." He goes, "I mean, look at it. It's like it's wrinkly and weird colored. It looks like wrinkly, stretched flesh over some kind of. It's almost meaty, but it's not meaty." He goes, "I can't tell what kind of organism that even is." And he's like, "Well, that's what I'm saying." And he goes, "Nope, I've heard enough. let's just continue and pretend like we never saw it, and maybe if we do that, if it is something up to no good, it'll have mercy on us and just go away on its own. And she goes, you just don't want to look at it because you don't want to stop. And he goes, precisely.
He doesn't want to catch AIDS.
And she goes, fine, but let's look in this direction. I don't want to look at it anymore. And he goes, fine by me. And you watch as their silhouettes turn in a direction away from like where your hand is now stuck. And you begin to hear the sounds of groaning and moaning once more that you really weren't like really paying that much attention to at first, but now you can't help but be aware of what is going on in this room as your hand is just stuck through this paper.
Can you like unstick his
Oh
hand?
yeah, like it's not in there airtight. It's not. Oh god, there's probably a better word for that right now.
No. Oh god.
No, you're in there deep like.
Oh no, you're not. It's not stuck. It's paper. Have you ever stuck your hand through notebook paper and was like, oh gosh, how do I get my hand out of this?
You don't know me.
You don't know me.
Yeah.
I get punched in the face randomly. Don't act like you know my life.
Exactly.
If it can happen to anybody, it can happen to me. You know, that's a fair statement, actually. If anybody's going to get their hands stuck in a piece of paper, I suppose, concede.
It could be me.
I suppose I could agree to this theory. But for the sake of physics, we're going to say no. Your hand is not stuck in this piece of paper.
Alright, well, good.
This fucking paper mache door.
I don't know. It might be heavier than a Garricus. I don't know.
Depends on
It might be heavier than a feather. We don't know.
We don't know. But, yeah, he's gonna try to unstick himself and
He's gonna try to unstick himself.
and
Well,
keep going.
Roll if you do. You want to roll for that, or
I was just hoping it was gonna happen.
it does. Thank God you didn't, because if you had rolled a 1, I was gonna have you get stuck in paper. I was gonna be like,
rolled.
it's like you see a dog. Can I pet it? Yeah. What do I roll for that? Just roll. You roll a natural 1, you slap the dog.
Yeah.
No.
You know? No, yeah, you just pull your hand out.
Yeah, it's like those memes, like, see an orc on the side of a cliff. Like, well, what can I do? I try to push it off, and I rolled a 1. You gently caress its back, and now it looks at you uncomfortably.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah. In this case, yeah, you just pull your hand back out, and it leaves a gaping hole in the paper for that split second. And because you're looking at your hand as you pull it out, you can't help but see inside the room for that brief moment. And you get the Monty. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. That's pretty accurate. We're gonna go with that. Oh God. Okay. Okay. So
I'm sorry I had to.
yeah, so what do you do now? You gonna continue on your trick there?
He's gonna try.
Okay, because you had to come to a stop for a second, I'm gonna need you to roll another move silently because this is gonna be fun. I can already see all the things that could happen here.
Not me.
Oh, that's way better. Incredible.
That's what I thought.
See what a little reset will do. Yeah. So you begin trying to be a lot quieter this time and more aware of your surroundings. You're like, I can't just go pushing up against these walls. They are incredibly flimsy and they will break easily. So you begin. Yeah. Oh, too easy. So you begin creeping down the hallway symbol. And you're still like trying to kind of pay attention to the paper mache walls and stuff. But eventually you make your way up to a stairwell that just leads straight up, and it's not like high, it's not taking you like way up into some crazy tower or anything. It's just taking you up into what looks like to be a special little building area that as the stairway extends out from the platform, it does go up and overlooks like a little a slight cliff edge, and it won't necessarily kill you to fall off, but it won't feel good either. You know, you're talking probably about like 15 feet up in the air, and the stairway, it begins built into the Forbidden Palace, but as it reaches out into this special one room, it branches off like a tree. Think of like a tree branch, how a tree branch does. It extends out from the trunk, the base of the palace, and acts as like a form of a branch, like a stairway, where the room, this bedroom, or this area, this one circular room, circular walled area that isn't made out of that paper mache stuff. This is made out of fine white marble with gold inlay vein inside of it, with the pagoda structured ceilings of the tile, finest craftsmanship. That doesn't look unlike what a tree branch holding out like a bud, like a cherry blossom or something, you know? Picture this, like the palace being like a tree with this stairway being its branch holding out like a beautiful cherry blossom, and that is the idea that you get from this stairwell. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so.
And basically, if you fall off the stairs, you're gonna drop probably about 15 feet down. There will be no palace to catch you. You know?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, you will just fall in this down into this drop, because that stairwell just extends out away from the palace, much like a tree branch does from a tree. You know, and this one circular room is like a bud or a plant. You know, it's leaf, if you will.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it's, like I said, for all intents and purposes, it is a very fancy looking while all the rest of this just looks like, you know, the rice paper in the wood with the little squares of rice paper. This, like I said, it's a circular area, a white marbled wall with gold inlet of vein running through it, with the pagoda styled tiling rooftops, you know, in that fan like structure that you would see of like the finest looking clay.
Is there anything loose?
What do you mean by that?
That sounds really wrong, but I mean, like, nothing chained to the floor? Anything I can put in my pocket?
I mean, not really. Like, this hallway, for all, it's not a dirty hallway. It's very clean, but for all intents and purposes, it's kind of barren. I mean, there are, I guess you could say like, braziers, you know, little stands with that, because there's nothing really solid enough to hang, like, I guess you could say torches or sconces off of.
Right.
You know, on the ceiling there is some chandeliers of a sort that, you know, they're the little paper lanterns that are just hanging there with lights in them. And then to give up a little bit more light, you know, you have the standing iron pots that are way taller than you are, with burning coal.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? To make fire. Yeah, I mean they're tall enough for like a regular sized person to be able to maintain them. Meaning they are taller than you are. You know what I mean? Like you could climb one.
I see.
But other than that, like, there's nothing random on the floor. You know, like you're not gonna like reach down and pick up a pebble or something.
Right. I was wondering if they had any valuables.
I mean, maybe in one of the rooms, if you want to try and sneak into one of those rooms, you're more than welcome to.
Maybe, but I'm not trying to get too distracted. I was just gonna pick up some loot on the way.
I see.
Yeah.
You're just being deviant. I got you.
Yeah, because he's like, wow, this place is really nice. He goes, I bet if I took some of this back, they'd be happy.
I mean,
Which is whether or not this makes someone angry, he doesn't care or really even think that far.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
There isn't really anything quite. It's not in here, anyways.
Okay.
Like, it like at the end of this hallway, I probably should have described this a little bit better too, because the stairway isn't just some like random, you know what I mean? Like, there is a wall here that you've come to with an open arched doorway, you know, and from that open arched doorway, you have that stairwell coming off. So there is a bit of a closed off area here. It's not like this hallway just leads to no wall and it's just open to the elements. It is somewhat closed off, but there's no door per se. It's just an arched opening. You know, arched
Right.
openings. And then from there, you got that stairwell that like branches off to this one circular room.
Okay.
That, I should say, has an opening as well. That's an arched opening as well. So it's open in there. You know?
Yeah.
It's not, so,
He's,
yeah.
I guess he's gonna try to sneak up there and kind of scope it out and see if he can see anybody.
Okay, so you want to sneak up the stairway.
Yeah.
Okay. So you begin to move up these stairwells. Or these stairwells, this stairway, anyways. Like, it's not
More than one.
very stealthy. No. To be fair, you know, this stairway is made for a normal-sized person.
Oh, come on.
So, you are kind of crawling up these stairs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For a regular person, it would be just like walking up steps. For you, it's like walking up a ladder a little bit, you know? And because it's like that for you, I'm going to need you to... I'm not going to have you roll another move silently. I will keep that one. That was a good enough number. I can appreciate that, you know? What I do want you to roll me, though, to make it significant, is a clock.
Oh,
Aw. I'll be right back. Real quick.
okay.
And don't try to fudge your roll, because I will know.
Okay. Oh. Damn.
That was slightly disheartening.
It was really sad. I wasn't expecting a 4.
Jesus fucking Christ!
That's what I'm saying. I was talking all that smack, and then he's gonna come back and be like, yeah. And I'm like, I should have fudged it.
It's like, can I get a mulligan? He slipped on something. Stuff,
Right.
things and stuff, and things and stuff.
There you go, I fixed it.
Something tells me that's not gonna work, but I like it.
I tried.
I like the audacity.
It's, I guess, all I can do, right?
Fucking yeah, ignore that first one. It was a test roll to make sure it was working.
My finger slipped and I accidentally clicked the button.
Yeah, I wasn't ready.
She wasn't ready.
Exactly. Like, no, Your Honor, she never said stop. She said, oh no, don't stop, right?
Suspicious?
Not sus at all.
Very sus.
Not sus at all.
Just a bit sus.
Negative.
No, I'm positive.
Negative.
Nah.
No, Your Honor, there's no such thing as an island.
Nah.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman looking ass.
Oh, he totally did. We all know it.
Yeah, he definitely plucked out her tonsils.
Ooh, and Marilyn Monroe.
Ugh.
No, I'm thinking JFK. Never mind.
Yeah.
But way different time frame.
Yeah, if that was that's called necrophilia, and that's frowned upon no matter where you are.
Whoa, what are you talking about? Oh, I never. God, that went over my head. I'm sleepy. It's not fair.
Like I say, your blonde showing.
Yeah, for real.
I have returned.
Hello.
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 Hello from the otter side.
Hello from the other side. I like how everybody just started singing. Hello. Hi.
It's me.
Okay, so you know the Lionel Richie song though, right? That hello, is it me you're looking for?
You mean Doe?
No.
I'm joking.
No. I mean, I know that originally we were doing the Adele, but are you kidding me? You don't know the Lionel Richie song?
No, I do. I'm just being a dick.
Oh, I was like, okay.
No.
Never mind. Oh.
Every time.
Well, have you ever seen the music video for that?
Lionel Richie?
Yeah, the Lionel Richie one.
I don't think I've seen it.
He falls in love with a blind girl. And it's the most weirdest thing. Not because she's blind. Like, I'm not being that.
Yeah, I know. It sounds like you're being that way.
Well, because what makes it weird? No, what makes it weird is he calls her. He calls her on the phone like she's never seen him before because he's too afraid to talk to her. You know what I mean? Like, so she doesn't even know who he is, right? I shouldn't say she's never
She
seen
can't
him
see
before
him.
because she's blind, but like, I mean, like, she's never, he like knows her from their pottery class, but he's never even talked to her before. So it's like this weird thing because she's never seen him nor heard him, so she has no idea who he is. And then he calls this blind girl up on the phone, and she answers the phone, and she's like, hello? And he like sits there quietly for a minute, and then he goes, hello? Is it me you're looking? And it's so off-putting because if you really think about that scenario, it's like, that is really creepy in a strange sort of way, right? Like, is it me? Or
It's romantic.
that's romantic. That's romantic.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
I mean, come on, dude. This generation, their theme song is hit the thing in the back of my throat. Yeah,
Wow.
that's fucking romantic.
Okay, well then I guess I'm just weird. Okay, fair enough. That's why I brought it up, because I didn't know if I was just weird or if that's normal, just calling up somebody you don't know and just being like, hello? I mean, like,
Get me.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
No, it's fucking not okay.
No, it's not okay. Thank God. Thank you. All right. I was like sitting here just feeling like strange. All right. Okay.
As well, you should, but that's for different reasons.
But that's
We
not
won't.
fine.
We,
Okay, well,
yeah,
fair
we won't-
enough. I
we
can
won't
live
do
with the things that I should feel strange about. I can live with that. All right. On another side tangent, have you ever heard the song Eternal Flame by the Bangles? You know, the one, is this burning an eternal flame? You ever heard it?
I think so.
Sounds familiar, right? Have you ever heard the beginning of how that song starts? It is another weird song. Because, not because of the premise of it, it just doesn't make any sense to me. She says, close your eyes, give me your hand, darling. Can you feel my heart beating? Well, I don't know. I'm holding your hand. How do I know that? How do I know if your heart is beating by simply just holding your hand? Like, she's not saying check my pulse or anything. Like, your heart beats in your wrist. You check your pulse in your wrist, not in your hand. And even so, isn't that a weird thing to ask if you're holding somebody's hand and they're like, and you're trying to be cute, you're trying to be sweet, you say, do you feel my heart beating? It's like, are you asking me to check your pulse right now? Are you afraid you're dying? Are you dying? Should I go to the hospital? You see what I'm saying? Like,
I think you're deeping it a little too much.
oh, I am.
Yeah.
But it's an odd song, right? Like that's still an odd opening to a love
That
song.
is odd, but have you ever held someone's hand and you can like literally feel that like their heart beat through their hand? Because it's like, I don't know,
Shh.
it's just
He has
beating.
it.
Like, what?
Shh. He has it. Now he's gonna be freaking out because he's doing something wrong.
Are you messing with me right now? Are you serious? Like, you've actually been holding hands with somebody and been like, you can feel their heart going
Yeah,
through their palm?
Jack, all the time. Especially if
Government
he's angry.
name.
I'm sorry.
He's
I'm
gonna be
so
angry to have
good at it.
government names.
Every
I don't know who that is.
Every
She's
time.
so
So
good.
worked up in these conversations that you just start dropping everybody's names. While you're at it, thank God you don't know people's social security. That's all I can say. Oh.
Alright, well, mine sit down.
All right, let's get back to the game. So you rolled a climb, right? Good. What is this plus 20 at the bottom of that? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Because
Yeah.
it doesn't.
Well, it should, and it can.
That's
All
I
it
like
takes is
that.
you
I
decide.
like how it's like it could mean something if you want it to. It doesn't though. But you know what?
I'm smacking my teeth at you.
Oh.
Yeah.
I smack my teeth at you. All right. That okay.
You want me to bite my thumb at you? Would
I
that be
really
better?
feel like that's supposed to mean something to me too. That doesn't.
It doesn't. It's just dramatic.
It's my disgust with you.
No, you gotta do the anime eye thing where you like pull your eye down and stick your tongue out.
No, no.
Don't start making anime faces at me.
No.
Do it. Do it.
No,
No.
don't.
Do it.
You can do it to him.
Oh, I will. I'll do it
I know.
all night long.
So, that, however, okay, getting back to the original point, that, however, is a, that's not great. That's not a great roll.
It could be.
I feel like I'm being nice about what I'm saying here, so,
Yeah.
you know, like I'm letting you down easy on this roll, in the way that I'm explaining it to you, because that won't even open up a jar of pickles.
I can't even
So-
open a jar of pickles. Okay.
So you begin trying to climb up these stairs, you know. To be fair, it's not. How do I word this? It's not a matter of whether or not you're able. You know, they are stairs. Even somebody who. I want you to think of it as a person who is out of shape trying to climb up a ladder. Right? It can be done, it just takes extra work for them to do. So there are times where you have to stop and catch your breath and really like plot out your course here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because this is extremely difficult. So you are climbing up these stairs, and these stairs are marble. So, so not only that, but they are very slick. And it's funny you should show me that, because what I need you to do
No.
is, while climbing these stairs, because they are marble and they are slick and they're round, I need you to roll me a balance.
Oh, what?
A balance. And hopefully you have at least some kind of skill points in that. Because a fat 0 ain't doing you no good. Oh my god.
I got a 9.
You really aren't the stealth type. I think
He's not.
I think Lao D mistook your size for ability. Problem here.
It's never worked.
You're a spy who can't even climb. If you come up to a narrow beam, you're pretty much F. Because you can't even balance. I mean, a bird on a wire makes you jealous.
Shut the fuck up! You stupid!
So you try to at one point in time your foot just kind of slips and you're like, oh crap, and because it's marble and everything, you got nothing to really grapple onto, and you begin to boom, and you bounce. Go ahead and roll me a reflex. Just roll me a reflex save.
Is that in skills?
That would be in your stats underneath everything. You got like fortitude, reflex, and will. And it'll be in your stats tab underneath like your strength, dexterity, charisma, stamina, or not stamina, dexterity, strength, dexterity, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, I believe there was one more. Oh, Constitution.
Oh, you said reflex, right?
Yes.
Mm.
See.
Ooh. Ooh.
Okay. So you don't bounce the whole way down. You just kind of and you're just kind of like, oh, and you stop yourself because they are kind of wide steps, you know, because they are, to be fair, they're made for a normal yeah, to be fair, they are made for a dragoon, and this particular dragoon you are following is a large person, so the steps are kind of wide, so you're able to like lay flat on one and stop yourself from bouncing anymore. You're just like, oh, but you do bounce down a few, kind of defeating some of the progress you have made. And it does 7 points of subdual damage. So to explain subdual damage, right, if you look at your character sheet, you'll see where your health is, right? Your HP, it'll be marked as like HP.
Oh, okay, yeah, my hit points.
Okay. Now, do you see over there right next to it where it says non-lethal damage?
Yeah.
Okay, so give yourself... So you're at 4 points of non-lethal damage already, where did you get those from? I feel like that would have been healed a long time ago.
I was just about to say, I feel like it should have been reset by now.
Yeah. I feel like your current HP would be reset by now. I think right now you're at max HP, so you can erase the 82 and the -4, right? And just give yourself in the non-lethal damage section 7. Okay?
No, do I put -7?
No, just put 7. You're not minus anything. Actually, you're not going backwards, you're actually counting up.
Oh.
See, when it comes to non-lethal damage, so like, well, for instance, let me explain it so it makes sense, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not trying to be condescending, you know what I mean?
No, I know.
The way non-lethal damage works is you start at 0 and then you go up. If your non-lethal damage is more than your max HP, let's say your non-lethal damage goes to like 112, 1 point higher than your regular health, right? You'd be knocked out. You wouldn't be dying. It would be like getting into a bar fight and getting punched out, right?
Right.
Because most characters in Dungeons and Dragons are not proficient enough to beat somebody to death with their bare hands, per se. At least that's the way it's supposed to work. But let's face it, I don't know this idea in a person's mind where it's like, well, if you're not trained, you can't kill somebody with your bare hands. I'm sorry, but if any regular Joe on the street, man or woman, if they punch somebody just right in the nose, you can kill them, you know? But
yeah, you break your fridge.
Yeah, but the idea there is the fact that most of the times when you get into a fight, you don't actually die per se because you're not punching to kill. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just right. That's why like monks and stuff get special abilities where like even if they're just flicking you with their finger, they can aim to kill you with it, right? It makes them that much more special to be able to like kill you with my thumb. I can kill you with my thumb. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah.
That's the point of non-lethal damage, is the fact that it's a way of getting knocked out without actually killing somebody, or knocking something out without killing them. While like your max health, you count backwards. You go from your max, and then if you get hit for 20 points, it's 20 minus your max health, right? Non-lethal damage, you just take whatever the number is, and it builds until it's higher than your max HP to knock you out without killing you.
I see.
It's for those players Also, if you want to go real in depth with it, it's for those people who are like, I want to play a character like Batman, you know?
Yeah.
Which I know sounds ridiculous, but I've actually tried it and it's pretty fun playing characters who don't aim to actually kill things, they aim to knock them out.
Right.
Taking a vow of not killing people.
Kill 'em all.
Mhm.
Anyways, it can
I
make
said
for
what
some
I said.
interesting gameplay. What did you say? I didn't hear you.
I said kill them all.
Oh.
Burn it! Oh. Sorry.
Jeez.
So, yeah,
Yeah,
so
we're excited.
you take 7 points of subdual damage. It's called subdual, right? You take to subdue something.
Paula?
You take 7 points of subdual damage, so you're kind of sore. You're like, owie. And you're laying on them steps. Go ahead and are you going to say screw this, or are you gonna try and get up them stairs? What are you gonna do? You gonna Kate Bush it and try to run up that hill, or are you just gonna say, nah, we're good? Or what would you like to do? If you wanna just, those are your like immediate options, but you're allowed to play as much D&D as you like. So if you have a different idea in mind, you're like, I'd rather just set this on fire if I can. If you have the ability, I'll let you do it. You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like.
We've been known to
Okay.
set shit apart. A lot.
I'm not quite gonna do that. But I do say
I don't think you heard me. I said, I don't think you heard me. We set shit on fire. No, I'm playing. Don't do it. Don't do it.
No, I won't.
She's like, oh, you're challenging me, bitch? I'm like, oh, God. What have I done?
I challenge your run up that hill to babushka, yeah, and he keeps running up.
Son of a bitch.
Going back.
Okay, so what happened? I have no idea what just happened.
Oh,
I didn't catch any of that.
I was referencing because what you said about Kate Bush running up that hill,
Mm-hmm.
and I was saying, I'll up that with babushka, yeah, which is another song by her. And
Oh, the only reason why I know that song is just because they played it to death on that season of
Stranger Things.
Stranger Things. I'm not really a Kate Bush fan, so I know. But I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm like, I have no idea what you're referencing now. Cool.
I'm not necessarily a big fan of her either.
You're like, I just have a little bit more knowledge here. It's okay.
Just one other song. That's it.
I think what she's trying to say is she's more cultured than you are.
We all know that's a lie.
Well, I don't. But, with that said, though, but I mean, let's be fair. Any kind of culture that anybody can perceive me to have, that just comes from years of practice. I fake it.
I would, I don't think I'd ever put you and that word together
Yeah.
in a sentence.
But yeah. All right.
I swear to God.
Dick. Oh. Oh, Bushka. Okay. There. That looks like a very terrifying video.
Yeah, she dances around half naked.
Yeah, but that's freaky.
There you go, here's
kinda.
some more.
That's kind of freaky though. That's
That's
if
his
somebody
stuff,
was
freaky
trying
too.
to if somebody was trying to seduce you with that, I'd be like, are you gonna kill me? Did I actually walk into some kind of cult? Is this a cult? Am I tonight's sacrifice?
Quite possibly. I don't know
It
what
is-
Kate Bush is into.
That does sound like his supper jam.
To be sacrificed?
I mean, if you've known him like I've known him,
I don't know what that means, dude.
I don't mean that. I'm so
Why are we getting off on so many weird side tangents right now? Let's finish this freaking session, can we?
because
please?
it's 2 o'clock in the morning, you dumb bitch. And I've been up since 7:30. I don't know who I am.
I've been up.
Same. I was.
I don't know who I am. I don't know what I'm doing.
What are we even doing?
Can we at least finish this so we don't end the session with her just sitting there on a stairway? Can we get to a stopping point?
I mean, can we?
I mean, I don't know. It's really up to you guys. We can stop her right here if you want.
We should keep going.
We're having a gay old time, Sarah. I don't know what the fuck your problem is.
Freaking Flintstone. Yeah, so what do you want to do though?
He was running up that hill.
You're gonna go up that hill? All right,
Yeah.
roll me another climb. I know that's not really in your wheelhouse, but there's not much. You do realize though, I'm gonna like remind you of something you have, right?
Oh.
Yeah, because something you gotta always remember to do in this game, right?
Take your.
Is look at your handouts, right? Look at your stuff and see if anything will give you a bonus, right? To anything. Like, let's say your mood ring, right? Your mood ring gives you the Cat's Grace spell, which, if you know anything about Cat's Grace, it's a spell that adds to your dexterity, which will definitely increase. Definitely. Well, I don't know. Is climb a dex spell or a dex skill, or is it more strength based? There is a way of
strength. Wow.
I don't know.
It's strength. It's strength based.
Climbing?
Because that could be why you're. Well, that could be why it's 0. Because you.
Bro, I heard you say shit, and it's like I had a stroke. I couldn't respond.
Yeah, it is strength based. So you're going to. Although we could change it to dex, there is an option to do that, right? I don't know what. I don't know if there's like a feat that does stuff like that, but it automatically starts as strength. Maybe it's just for those people who are like, that sounds more dexterous, because jump sounds more dexterous to me than strength, right?
Right.
Climb seems pretty. I mean, it does seem like it would be a dexterous thing, but there is a lot of endurance and strength behind it. Because if you've never been mountain climbing or anything like that, you have to have a certain amount of body strength. no dexterity plays a part. So okay, so you do have this mood ring, right? That will give you bull strength. That will add to your strength, for instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, if I go into the player's handbook and I go to, well, I'm not sure if it's page 192. Yeah, it's page 192. Golly, man. Ooh, it almost sounds like I know what I'm doing.
Oh, you didn't know better.
But we know. We all know. We know, and we know.
And we know she knows.
So if we go to bull strength, for instance, let's just go to the definition of it, because we're at that point of the session tonight where I think most of the audience is probably turning it off at this point. They're like, oh man. It's a spell where the subject becomes stronger. The spell grants a +4 enhancement bonus to strength.
Okay.
Which is important, because what that will do is, if you go into your character sheet, for instance, your sheet, right? And I'm just going to show you. I'm going to show you how to do it. You just got to pay attention, because you'll see me messing with you'll be able to see what it is I'm doing, right?
Okay.
If you cast that spell, we're in your stats. If you look at your strength ability right there, right? If you follow that string right there where it says total, mod, base, miss, equip, temp, and I'm not sure what action is. Oh, it's a strength action. That's not important because we don't do that. But you see the temp section. If you cast that spell, then you put a +4 in that temporary section, right? Because it doesn't last. It only lasts for however long the duration does. However, because you're using this special ring, it can last indefinitely until you switch it out or deactivate it, right? And I believe I did put some kind of quid pro quo for it, but we're not going to go into that right now. But you see how that just upped your strength? It went from a 10 to a 14, which now gives you a modifier of +2. So now when you roll a climb, you're not getting a 0, you're getting a whatever that is +2. And it will automatically do that for you when you roll from here on out.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's important that you go into your equipment and look at stuff like that so you know what all your options are. Because that mood ring gives you all these different little abilities, and anybody to any person that really, it just creates an aura. That's what it is. So you're putting yourself within this aura that affects everybody in it, right? So you're heightening your ability this way. And because I don't go into the definitions of that, because let's face it, you're not trying to read an entire book. All you got to know is, okay, this may heighten my ability. This gives me strength. Endurance gives me more hit points. Cat's Grace gives me better dexterity. Eagle's Splendor, I'm not sure what that does. Fox's Cunning, I'm not sure what that does. Something tells me those are more skill-based things. And Owl's Wisdom, though, for sure, is going to heighten your wisdom, right? Eagle's Splendor might give you better intelligence. And Fox's Cunning might give you better charisma, right?
Right.
But that's what they're going to do. They're going to heighten your stats. So, depending on what your situation is, you might look at that and say, what could this help me with? You know?
Mm-hmm.
And all you got to do is ask. But just remember that you have these things that you can use at any time to help you out. You know, you got that buckler, you've got those trotters, which you remember those pretty well because you use those pretty good, you know.
Yeah.
You got that alchemist's cookbook, and you've got the gifts, the bottles, and that key that takes you to the extra dimensional, the pocket dimension that acts as an alchemist's lab, so you can do your alchemy, right?
Question real quick about that. If I use that, do I have to use it in a safe space? And like, is it like a safe house technically?
So the way it works is, no, you can use it in any place, right?
At any time?
Yeah, at any time. In any place. You don't even have to be like, and it doesn't have to be a wall that you use it on. You basically just take this key and you stick it into the air, and it's going to create an extra dimensional portal like a freestanding door. Right? I want you to think of it like that. Like, think of a freestanding door. You're in a forest and you come to a door that is not connected to a house, and you open up that door, and inside there is a hallway that shouldn't be there. Right? You see what I'm saying? It's like that. Right?
Okay.
Here's the thing. It doesn't turn, even though you created this door, it doesn't make that area that you just put that key in look like an actual door. It's still gonna look like whatever, you know. So I don't really know how to explain that other than you basically just made a door out of the fabric of reality, and it's going to continue to look like reality. Nobody will know that door is there.
Even if they see you like unlock something in midair, they won't really.
Oh, well, then they're going to know a door is there, but let's say you just do it when nobody's looking and then you go in there and shut the door. Nobody's going to know that door is there.
Okay. Can they do anything about that, though, if they know?
The idea behind that is the fact that most people cannot come in there unless invited. So, the average barbarian is not going to be able to figure out how to get that door open. Now, a high-powered magic user might be able to figure it out. You know?
Okay.
Some people are not conjurers of cheap tricks. You know what I'm saying? And then the door, the pocket dimension instantly disappears the second you leave because you are the owner. So the door disappears, the dimension disappears. There's no more door or dimension there. That doesn't mean everything in the pocket dimension is destroyed. It just means it's been put on hold until you summon it again. Because that pocket dimension still exists. It's just you've shut the door to it.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
I do, yeah. Okay. Well, should I, did you say roll a, climb again?
Yeah, and I'm guessing you want to use your mood ring to
Yes.
give yourself the bull strength, correct?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
I
No, it's
My
fine.
apologies.
You don't have to apologize for that. This is a learning experience. Folks at home, this is how D&D works for beginners. You have to take your time to do that and be patient with people because that is what a good DM does and a good, that's what a good player does. We learn, We learn. No, I'm not, you freaking punk. I'm just explaining to people because, one of the big problems in D&D is sometimes people get frustrated. And it's normal. You know what I mean? Like, they act like, I don't understand why you're not getting this. And it's like, well, I mean, sometimes it just takes a little bit of time. D&D requires a very specific mindset, out of everybody. It's not just the players. It's the DM. It's the players. It's everybody. Just have to have a specific mindset. Everybody has to be patient, and eventually you get it. You know what I mean? I mean, if I were playing as a player, I've learned a long time ago to remember everything I have in my arsenal, so I can use it at any time. Know that I have skills, and I can always ask, hey, what if I use this skill? Any situation I get into, just instantly looking at my skills and just being like, can I do this? The DM will either say yay or nay, but it never hurts to ask. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know I prompt you guys a lot, but just because I'm prompting you doesn't necessarily mean those are your only options.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anything you have on your sheet is an option. Any piece of equipment you have is an option. Because D&D is crazy like that, as in the fact that it's real life. In real life, if I have a weapon in a holster in a dangerous situation, am I waiting to be prompted, or do I know I have that weapon?
I'm waiting to be prompted.
But you see what I'm saying, right?
I do. I'm just being.
Yeah, facetious. I understand. You're quite hilarious.
Thank you. How dare you?
How dare you? How dare you? But no. So just keep that in mind. You know what I mean? You have every option in the world. You're never really stuck. Always remember that. That will help you. You are never really stuck. Never.
The only hole you can't dig yourself out of is your own grave.
Oh, well, that's a lot better than what I thought you were going to say.
Oh. I don't want to know what you thought I was going to say.
I thought you was going to say your booty hole, but I was going to say, ugh.
I mean, I guess that ain't wrong.
No, I liked your saying a lot better. We're going to go with that one. Okay. So, go ahead and roll a climb, and let's see what happens.
Okay. Ooh, so technically, what, 17?
No, it automatically added.
Oh, that's what you said, sorry.
Yeah, but look how good that is. That's way better than the 4 you got. It's,
It is.
you see how that registered that and said, oh, they have, you know what I mean? They're a
Mm-hmm.
little bit, see, that's the crazy thing. That's what I'm figuring out about Roll20. They realize if you're a little bit proficient in something, it automatically like has some kind of algorithm that makes you do a little bit better. You know what I mean? As opposed to being like, you have 0 in this, so you should be struggling. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So now you're not struggling as hard. Why? Because you've given yourself your bull strength. So you take your ring and you remember this. You're like, oh shoot, I got this nifty little ring, and you focus your mood, and your aura begins to glow, and you feel yourself a little bit buff. You just feel a little bit more buff. You know, you're like, ooh, oh yeah, Mean Gene. And you're like, we're gonna climb some stairs. The cream rises to the top. That's right. And you begin scaling these stairs, just, and you get yourself up to the top of that, all the way up to that open doorway. And you realize, man, as soon as I get to that doorway, I'm going to be completely exposed. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Because there ain't no hiding now. What do you want to do?
Is there anybody else in the room with me that I can see?
As you climb up, well, roll me a spot. See if you can spot somebody up in there as you're, getting closer. We'll say you're like 1 or 2 stairs away. You're not so short that you can't see over these stairs.
Ooh.
Dang it, man. Wow. Well, you got a very pristine spot. Yeah. Inside there, you actually can see the Shogun, Karashin, sitting there. His back is to you, mind you. And he's sitting there, in a like meditative pose, sitting on the ground, just, the room is very ornately decorated, like something you would see of somebody who is like of royal or high class blood,
Mm-hmm. Anything loose on the ground? I'm joking.
There is some, yeah, I mean, there is some fancy stuff in there. Yes. There is some loose items. To be sure, there is. I could put you in the room. You could get into the room and roll a search, and I would tell you. You know what I mean? To be exact. But there is fancy stuff in there. You can make out fancy stuff. Like what looks like porcelain teapots and things of that nature. You know what I mean?
Anything small enough that I could take it away, not suspiciously.
Again, you're gonna have to get in the room and roll a search. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I do. Sorry.
That's not gonna be something that I'm just gonna tell you right off the bat.
Darn.
Because you are trying to spy on this guy and rob him at the same time, so you are running a gambit here.
Sounds like his problem, but
well, it really is. It is his problem, but it is also the DM's kind of fun. This is a fun scenario for any DM.
Mm-hmm.
So, but from what you can see of him, he is sitting with his back to you, right? On the ground in a meditative pose. Meaning he is sitting in a pose where he is on like the very tips of his knees, and his His feet are behind him with his heels up so he can rest his rear on the backs of his heels. Right? His feet are acting like a chair for him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
His hands, from which you can tell, even though his back is to you, it looks as if his hands are placed in front of him somewhere. Perhaps on his knees, perhaps flat on the ground, but something, you know? And his head isn't bowed, it is up, and it's as if he's looking at a wall straight ahead at there's a tapestry on the wall and whatnot, but you're not sure if that's what he's actually focusing on. And he seems to be meditating of a sort. Because you're close enough, I'm not going to make you roll a listen. He seems to be having a conversation with somebody, which makes you ultra aware that he may not be alone in the room, but who he could be talking to, you don't see. So, there could be somebody else in that room that is out of sight of your position. Indeed. Also, I should say what he is saying, right? Since I should be fair, and because I said you're close enough, you can hear him.
Yeah.
He's talking and he sounds angry. He says, "The nerve of embarrassing me like that in front of all those people. Those fools who think they're important. Half of them are only wealthy and at that banquet because of the things that I have done for this Shogunate. All the deals that I have made with the different mercenary groups and the tribes and the tribalists. All these fools who think they can question my authority, secretly laugh about me behind my back, and she lets those foreigners disrespect me. Why? Because they're her honored guests? Who is she and who are they? They're nothing. Nothing, I say. You do nothing about it." And that's when you hear another voice. Just barely a whisper, even, you know? And because that voice is so wisp-like, it's real androgynous to you. You don't know if it's male or female. But
Interesting.
you hear it whisper and say, "Be patient. The time will come. You will have all that you seek. But if you act now, you will never be rid of her. But I want her gone now," he says. Kara Shin says, "I want her out now. I want her out. I want a shaman that I control in her place. And you shall have what it is that you decide. But don't be a fool. Now, you shall have all that you wish." And for a brief moment there, you watch as the voice presents itself. And you recognize it. You still cannot make out who this is exactly, but you recognize it as the person you tried to follow who walked right through the wall. This cloaked figure who the only real thing you can make out from them is the fact that they have a tail poking out from underneath their cloak, right? That drags on the ground. And remember, left that trail, right?
That like sluggy trail.
Yeah, that that 100 proof liquor, yeah, that concentrate liquor, yeah, and the fact that coming off of its tail, it's got those tendrils, right, that look like little whiskers of hair, but you know that they're those tendrils that Zoltan was talking about, those cords, right, those ethereal cords that just kind of wisp off its tail like faint, fine hair. It says, sleep now. Sleep. And when it does that, Kara Shin gets up from his meditative stance and goes over to his bedding and lays down on it and rolls over and begins to rest. And you watch as this figure just phases through the wall, just and vanishes from sight.
Oh.
Oh, that's heavy, man. That's not heavy, that's my brother. That's an old song too, but
Oh, I don't know that one.
and I suppose that's a fair place to leave this session for tonight. I think everybody's probably kind of done for the night. What do you guys think?
Android is DED.
Yeah, I can tell because he hadn't said anything in a while.
Yeah.
And I don't know what Icy's doing, but he's on mute right now, so he could be as well, which is fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
We kind of ran a little late tonight, and I understand that. We kind of had a rough start anyways, and it was just kind of a rough night, so there's going to be a little bit more editing on my part this time around, but that's okay.
What you say about me?
Oh, I thought you were out, bud. I just thought you were asleep, and I understood it. God, you know what? I don't know why you're coming at me so aggressively all of a sudden. I'm like, I'm all being nice, and then I realized, wait a minute.
Came out the blue.
No,
Yes, Nick.
I'll just try to stay awake until you said my name.
Yeah, no, see, that's my point. Like,
10
I don't
minutes
want,
later.
I don't want anybody trying to stay awake. It's fine. Like, I think we made it to a decent enough spot to call it for
No,
tonight.
Conceit has to go use the secret jutsu on Android.
Okay,
1,000 years of pain.
I don't know what. Oh, yeah. I was like, I don't know what you're. Oh, okay, never mind. Let me do our outro real fast. Before we go off onto something like that. So everybody at home, if you made it this far, I really appreciate it. I know we kind of got off on some tangents tonight. And that was kind of a crazy little session, but sometimes that just happens. We're just got people who love to play D&D, and we're not trained professionals or anything like that. And I'm not insinuating anything about any other D&D groups. I'm just saying, we're just people, and so we're not always perfect, but we do love the game, and we do appreciate you for joining us again for yet another session. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart and soul. I appreciate the old school gamers for always being ready and always down to play. And I appreciate you folks at home for watching us and listening to us and supporting the channel. And y'all come back now. Stay golden. Say bye, everybody.
Deuces.
No.
Bye.
I don't wanna.